had Mr. Williamson worried. My comment led him to believe that he was on now, but the floor is still yours, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Now, there's a slight readjustment in terms of the order that appears on your agenda, and that is just that it makes more sense to have the overview of the bats by Ms. Cummings first before we have Mr. Markham. I'm not sure how that occurred, but this isn't Mr. Markham to my left. So just in terms of housekeeping, Commissioners, I haven't had a chance this morning, but I do have the requested plan from for Mr. Inder, who was providing the locational overview of the various upgrades on one plan with the inserts to that, and hard copies will come, but I've got an electronic colour version that in the German I'll email through to Madam Secretary.
I should have thanked you also for organising the site visit, which we took yesterday afternoon. Thank you very much. It was very comprehensive, and we have a much better appreciation of the site and vicinity.
Well,
and I was able to see what has happened since 2007, which was interesting for me.
And in terms of the weather gods played their part, and it's more, it's worked out well, because Friday afternoon looks like it's not going to be as pleasant in terms of doing a site visit. So
really?
That's worked out well.
Sorry, I should have also asked, are there any housekeeping things you want to mention?
Not at this stage, only other just to remind people to make sure when they are speaking, because we are live streaming and the recording, to make sure that you do press your buttons and use the speaker on the microphones, please.
And you will remind us if we...
I will.
Thank you.
Sir, I've substituted Mr. Much for Mr. Grala, who is my assistant today in terms of handing up the summary briefs. So my first witness will be Ms. Georgia Cummings. And thank you. Mr. Grala will hand up her summary now.
Thank you.
Commissioners. Ms. Cummings, could you please confirm that your full name is Georgia Thelma Rose Cummings and that you are an ecologist and bat specialist at the firm Tonkin and Taylor?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have prepared 3 statements. The first is your evidence in chief dated 28 February.
Correct.
And 10 March in respect of rebuttal evidence. And 14 March in respect of your summary statement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And before I ask you to confirm that they're true and correct, do you wish to make an amendment to your evidence in chief dated 28 February? And if you do, can you take the commissioners to the page and work them through the amendment?
Yes, I would. If you could please go to page 19, commissioners.
Paragraph.
That is 87B. So if we go to the second sentence, if we could change that to these BHAs will protect and enhance the existing highest value habitat on the site and create a cohesive vegetated corridor that is buffered from the adjacent development, and so on. So it's replacing the word significant there.
That's my next question.
Ms. Cummings, subject to that change being made to your evidence, can you confirm that your three statements are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Cummings, could you please read, and I think in some parts speak to your summary statement, commencing at paragraph 2, please?
Tēnā koutou. Long-tail bats are classified as threatened, nationally critical. Long-tail bats have been confirmed to use areas of southern Hamilton and surrounds, primarily using ABM surveys and radiotelemetry. Radiotelemetry research has demonstrated that individual bats range over a large area of southern Hamilton into the Waipa and Waikato districts, and there is likely a single population occurring across this landscape. Based on information gathered to date, the population's range approximately extends from the Manga Ko Tukutuku and Manga Noa gullies in Hamilton City to south of Hamilton Airport in the Waipa district and to the east of the Waikato River in the Waikato district. Key bat habitats identified in the vicinity of the PC20 site include 3 kahikatea remnants to the west and northwest of the site, the Meridian Oaks roost site to the north of the PC20 site, the Narrows Park camping area to the northeast of the site, and the Waikato River. The above habitats have been identified through radiotelemetry studies as core habitat for multiple bats and or contain known roosts. They are shown in a context map in Annexure A of my primary statement of evidence. Long-tail bats are wide-ranging. While mature forest is considered preferred habitat, they can adapt to use various habitat types across modified landscapes, as is the case with this bat population. While they can persist in modified agricultural landscapes, they are sensitive to anthropogenic disturbance, namely artificial light. The predominant vegetation cover on the PC20 site is maize and pasture. Isolated areas of exotic trees are found across the site, and some native trees are also present. 41 hectares of the PC20 site is already zoned as airport business zone. A total of 5 acoustic bat surveys have been undertaken on the PC20 site. Bat activity during the 2 2020 surveys was variable, with pockets of high activity. Bat activity recorded in the 3 surveys post-2020 has generally been considerably lower across the site. All ABMs recorded an average of less than 0.5 passes per night, or less than or equal to, I should say, per night in the most recent survey period, which occurred from December 2022 to approximately midway through Jan 2023. No bat activity was recorded to the east of the PC20 site in the Hamilton Airport runway extension area, suggesting that bats were not crossing this area to reach the Narrows or the Waikato River from the west during the above survey period. I classed the habitat types in the PC20 site as having moderate and low value to bats. In my opinion, there is no high value habitat features in the PC20 site. While I do not consider any of the habitat in the PC20 site meets the threshold of significant under the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, the WRPS, the site is located among multiple habitats that I consider significant in the surrounding landscape. Although higher value habitats occur outside of the PC20 site, removal of large areas of low and moderate value habitat will still result in a very high level of effect on long-tail bats if not appropriately managed. Accordingly, PC20 needs to protect bats from the potential impacts of urbanization resulting from the proposed land use change. The moderate value habitat incorporates areas of established woody vegetation and associated open edge, including the tree-lined driveway, the tree land surrounding the hub area, and the shelterbouts on the boundary of the nursery property. The remainder of the site is characterized by cropland or pasture with scattered trees, young native plantings, and dwellings and other infrastructure, such as farm races. I have classified these areas as low value habitat, except for dwellings and other infrastructure, which I consider to be of negligible value to bats. It is my opinion that the moderate and low value habitats within the PC20 site do not meet the threshold of significant habitat for Indigenous fauna under the WRPS. Notwithstanding this, the bat habitat areas, BHAs, have been identified in the PC20 site which with enhancement and management of potential disturbance resulting from the surrounding future development may achieve significance under the RPS in the future. The proposed PC20 structure plan and provisions have been revised considerably since the notified version in relation to long-tail bat effects management. Habitat, which is amongst the highest value located on the PC20 site, is now proposed to be protected through the inclusion of BHAs in the amended structure plan. Potential effects associated with the interface between BHAs and surrounding urbanization will be avoided and minimized through habitat enhancement in the BHAs, lighting standards, and building setbacks. Residual impacts will be addressed through compensation. The compensation site has been conditionally secured by Titanium Park Limited. I visited the compensation site twice. It is largely comprised of maize cropping interspersed with some large exotic trees. The size of the compensation site is considerable compared to many of the key bat habitats identified in the surrounding landscape. Furthermore, the position of the compensation site relative to the Waikato River, a key movement corridor for the bat population, as well as other key habitats identified in the surrounding landscape, provides a valuable opportunity to protect and enhance this area for future use by bats. I consider the proposed compensation site as an excellent opportunity to instigate habitat protection and enhancement and expand connective linkages across the landscape. Since preparing my primary statement of evidence, the decision on the Hamilton City Council's PC5, the Peacock Structure Plan area, has been released. The independent hearing panel, the PC5 panel, has decided to approve the PC5 provisions as generally set out in the Section 42A hearing report for that plan change. No changes have been made by the panel to the provisions relating to the management of long-tailed bats. The amendments to the proposed PC20 provisions since notification have sought to generally align the PC20 provisions relating to long-tailed bat management with these proposed by Hamilton City Council at PC5 and now confirmed by the PC5 panel. This has resulted in more robust protection measures for bats in the PC20 provisions and takes a more holistic approach to bat management, which I consider is required to protect the population which moves across a wide landscape. The proposed PC20 provisions differ from PC5 in instances where I consider these differences and potential effects on bats between the areas require modified approaches. A key feature of the ecological management package proposed in the PC5 provisions is off-site compensation through habitat restoration or enhancement and pest control. Hamilton City Council discussed the opportunity such approaches create to establish an integrated landscape-wide approach for protecting bat habitat. I agree that this approach is important to protect the bat population from the cumulative impacts of urbanization in the population's range. I consider the compensation site identified for the PC20 project will be an important initial step in contributing to a multi-agency landscape-wide approach to bat habitat protection, restoration, or enhancement. I also prepared a statement of evidence in reply to Ms. Thurley on behalf of the Director General of Conservation. In reply to Ms. Thurley, I outlined why I disagree with her use of the term preferred habitat in relation to the bat's use of agricultural land. I explained that while agricultural habitat was used by radio track bats more than urbanized areas, a comparison of habitat use versus availability shows that agricultural habitat is not preferred by bats. I respond to Ms. Thurley's concerns about the population being squeezed out by reiterating my opinion that to protect the bat population, key habitats need to be protected and enhanced and connectivity between these habitats maintained. Furthermore, the restoration and/or enhancement of lower value habitats can provide additional foraging, commuting, and potentially roosting in the medium to long-term habitat in the landscape. As such, it is not my opinion that bats require extensive areas of agricultural land to persist in the landscape. I also outlined that under the status quo, it is a permitted activity to remove mature exotic trees anywhere in the Waipa district and to remove indigenous trees outside of significant natural areas, bush stands, and biodiversity corridors identified in the Waipa district plan. There are also no incentives to set aside productive land for bat habitat restoration or enhancement. I agree with Ms. Thurley that the criteria and APP5 of the WRPS used to determine significance of Indigenous biodiversity does not specifically include thresholds for habitat value. However, the criteria have been used to map significant natural areas across a number of districts in the Waikato region. In these instances, professional judgment has been used when mapping areas in relation to long-tailed bat habitat. This has most recently occurred in PC5 and was accepted by the PC5 panel. I outline how the logical outcome of not using professional judgment to apply these criteria would mean that a number of modified landscapes across the Waikato would become blanket SNAs. I reiterate that I do not consider it likely that increased noise levels resulting from PC20 will have a notable impact on bats. I rely on the evidence of Mr. Bell Booth, who describes the likely noise increases experienced by neighbours as barely perceptible. While I accept that Mr. Bell Booth's evidence in chief focuses on noise effects on humans, I consider it unlikely that the proposed changes in the noise environment will have a considerable impact on bats, given they already use the area in the presence of aircraft noise and major roads. Other parts of their range are also immediately adjacent to urbanized areas. Ms. Thurley considers it very uncertain whether bats will continue to use the bat habitat areas on the site once the area is urbanized, the wider area. I agree that the urbanization of an area will increase the uncertainty that bats will continue to use that area. I refer to my primary statement of evidence where I outline the PC20 provisions which have been drafted to protect bats using the bat habitat areas from disturbance from the adjacent development. I also point to the fact that this population currently uses habitat adjacent to urbanized areas. They also currently use the PC20 site, which is already surrounded by roads and an airport. Ms. Thurley does not consider that the compensation package is adequate relative to the extent of habitat removal associated with PC20. I note that the compensation package is preliminary at this point. I agree that it is likely that bats already use the proposed compensation site and consider enhancement of the site will considerably improve its habitat value for bats. In addition to providing more high-value habitat in the landscape, I consider the compensation site provides an excellent opportunity to contribute to a multi-agency approach to expand connective linkages for bats through the landscape. Finally, I agree with Ms. Thurley that monitoring of bat activity within the BHAs, the bat habitat areas, would be useful and should inform the assessment of residual effects. A monitoring program will be included in the bat management plan as required under Rule 10.4.2.14b of the revised provisions. The bat management plan will be regularly reviewed and results of the monitoring should inform adjustments to the compensation package as required under the above rule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cummings. Can you answer any questions that the commissioners may have for you?
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. I've got a few questions for you, but before I ask those questions, I just wonder if you'd be able to, for our benefit, put us in the eyes of the pika and just describe to us what does a ordinary day for a pika look like. So a day and a night, a 24-hour period. And you assume we've read the evidence, so we kind of know what the habits are, the habitat that's living in, and some of the elements of the behaviours. But it'd be interesting just to, if you could put on the glasses of a pika just for a moment, and just explain to us, or describe or tell a story of what does a day in the life of a pika look like.
Should we turn out the lights?
I was thinking, well, let's close our eyes and listen to Ms. Cummings, but that would be awkward.
Dance. I can try. I'll just note up front that it does change kind of through season. So in winter, for example, they can go into torpor, which is a version of hibernation, where they can lower their body temperatures and stay within a roast for multiple days and nights. So they won't actually emerge and forage or socialize through that time. Over the warmer periods, so roughly kind of September, October through to April, May, they generally spend the day in a roost. And again, it changes over the December, January period when they're breeding. The females, the reproductive females at least, will gather in a communal or a maternity roost where they rear their young and will leave them there during the night and go out and forage and then come back and feed their young. And then they will move their young around to different roosts, sometimes on a nightly basis, other times they'll stay in a maternity roost for longer. And they'll move their young during the night, and during the day they'll stay in the roost and then emerge roughly around sunset, sometimes a little bit before, sometimes a little bit after. And generally speaking, they'll go their separate ways and forage in roughly different areas. And their foraging areas can be quite far apart, often kilometers or a few hundred meters, and they can forage in multiple areas throughout a night. And then they will come back to a roost early in the morning, or depending on the weather, in the evening. If the weather's bad, they'll roost early. And they have a kind of a fission fusion population model where they'll disperse to different roosts and then come together at other roosts later on. And the males often roost solitarily throughout the season. Does that provide?
Thank you. That was really helpful. Obviously the pika aren't here to talk for themselves. So at the moment, you're their representative. So just giving a bit of an insight into what is the daily life like, and then we can see that helps with the context of the evidence that we have in front of you. I've got a few questions for you, and some of them are, and you have to excuse me, I'm not a bad expert, you are, and so some of my questions might seem naive. They're not trick questions, they're actually just wanting to know more about the pika because you're the expert. The first one, I'll just have it up here. In your evidence and evidence we've had from the Department of Conservation, I wasn't quite sure how many individuals we're talking about in terms of the range which you've articulated, and I think the number is 60, but it'd be just good for you to interpolate what you understand the population is and what the population might be, plus or minus.
So to be honest, nobody knows the actual population size, and I don't think we could even give you a helpful plus minus estimate. Okay. But the number that you're referring to, I think it's 61, and it is in this Thurley's evidence. That is based on what's called a minimum count, yes, where they have multiple people set up at whatever roosts are known for that time period, and people just count the emergence of bats from those roosts. In a particular period of time, I guess. Yeah, so literally that night, essentially, and that's the highest number they got on a single night from monitoring, as far as I know, monitoring multiple roosts that they knew were occupied at the time. So it'll definitely be a plus unless something's happened in the population since then. So it's generally considered a minimum count.
And that number wouldn't come with there's this many males and this many females, so many adults, so many young. No,
you can't really determine that. Yeah.
Thank you. My next question is, you've used the word anthropogenic a couple of times, and then given the example of being noise, and I make an assumption about, I come from an anthropology background, so my anthropogenic might be different to your anthropogenic. So just to explain what you mean by that.
Just human induced, essentially. So artificial light as opposed to the moon, for example.
Okay.
And human contributed noise.
And you've said of the different types of activities, human activities, light is the main one, or light is the only one?
The main one.
Okay. In your evidence, there's quite a fulsome assessment of the current environment, and you go on to say that the bat habitat areas, from your perspective, across the site have low to moderate value. And then you go on to say that the effects of urbanising an area in terms of what's proposed for PC20 would have a moderate to high effect. And then you go on to describe the mitigation, remedial compensation package. And then you say that there's a significant improvement. But you don't necessarily, and you may be able to point me to that, you don't conclude in terms of that package, then what does that mean in terms of the effects? Is there a, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but have you made a conclusion in terms of what are the effects as a result of that package of mitigation, remedy and compensation measures?
So I haven't done that specifically because the compensation model that's been used at the moment is preliminary. So it's kind of based on a potential impact, and we don't have the details that will kind of come through the resource consenting stage. Does that explain it?
That explains what you've done. I just wonder, because you're our expert, and just based on your experience in a hypothetical or potential situation where the package is successful as it's intended, what would you then conclude would be the effects of PC20?
Yeah. So if the compensation site and the pest control is undertaken and the compensation is established effectively, then I consider that having that 11 hectares of high value habitat is an improvement compared to having the site as it is now. For me personally, my opinion is that the open agricultural areas aren't high value, they're low value, and that providing more trees, more foraging edges, those things are an improvement in the landscape.
I suppose I'm asking it from a deficit model and you're asking from a strengths-based model. So what I'm hearing from you see if the measures that have been proposed are successful, that would be a significant improvement from the current environment.
Yes.
Yep. Now just turning to, I've just lost my train of thought. Significant natural areas, and thank you for that change. I was going to go straight to that one, so that you've clarified that. But I just want to check with you the methodology that you've used, or the train of thought, for correlating a low to moderate valued habitat for the peka vis-a-vis the criteria, which I understand doesn't have a threshold, but you provide a provisional judgment in terms of the Waikato Regional Policy Statement criteria. And I just want you just to clarify for me and just talk me through the thinking process for correlating the low to moderate habitat value with the RPS criteria.
Yeah, I guess my thought process there is, notwithstanding that if you take the criteria as read, it doesn't necessarily line up with professional judgment, but that the point is, having no net loss of a species, significant indigenous species and their habitat. And so blanket application of an SNA area doesn't necessarily allow for, having improvements of areas that I consider low value, and that focusing on protecting high value areas and then allowing for an effects management package that creates high value habitat elsewhere. I guess that's my thought process in applying professional judgment to that criteria.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I have worked with Benninger, the planner, in forming that view, and obviously it's been taken in other instances, which I've talked about in both my briefs of evidence.
Thank you. Just turning our minds to the compensation site. I'm pretty sure we got to see it yesterday. I think it was to the right of us. because our driver was focused on driving and keeping us safe, and he was sort of pointing out things about, oh yeah, it's this land. So we went down the driveway, we saw the land which is immediately adjacent to the Waikato River, and it looks like there has been cropping and perhaps in the past farming. It looks like the property is one of those transitions between active agricultural use and urbanisation of some kind. Having seen the property, from a layperson's point of view, it seemed like it would be a positive contribution to bat habitat. But that's not an expert point of view. And I just wanted, again, on the theme of if the measures which have been proposed and we've seen and then included in the provisions as far as we can see, and there's also the bat management plan and those types of measures as well, assuming that they're successful, the measures for restoring or creating an environment that's conducive to bat habitat on that land, do you see that being a significant improvement from what's currently that property is currently used as a bat habitat? And I'm thinking directly to Ms. Dooley's evidence where she's suggested to us that it's already a bat habitat and that purchasing it for a bat habitat doesn't necessarily make any difference because bats are already there and using the area. So I want to test that a bit with you in terms of, again, the measures proposed are successful, and I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the elements because I'm not quite sure what they actually mean, but from your particular view, is that a significant improvement, and what's the scale of improvement?
Yeah, I think that kind of lies in one of the hearts of mine and Ms. Thurley's disagreement around relative value of habitat. So in terms of the compensation site right now is largely, it's got quite similar to what you see at the PC20 site in terms of, open cropping, but there is large trees within it. And so in my mind, improving that open area and providing multiple foraging edges, a lot more tree land, and potentially even working with the drains that are in it and naturalizing them a bit to provide foraging habitat. Significant or at least considerable improvements of that land is available for bats.
So you've said it has a significant improvement. Is there a scale that you're able to sort of give us some confidence? Like the word significance being dropped quite a lot. But is there a scale that you would use in terms of it has a low value, it has a moderate value, it has a more than moderate value, it has a significant value, has a value that's like pristine? Is there somewhere on the scale, again, over a period of time, the measures have been successful, where you would say that that's been an improvement, a significant improvement in that habitat?
Yeah, I guess I could use a little bit of the BCM
yes.
Understanding of how habitat is applied within that. So currently the majority of it is kind of open pasture or cropping, which I consider low value habitat.
Yes.
And over time, once that is planted up, within the next 10, 20 years, that will become a improvement to at least moderate, probably high value habitat, getting towards the higher value in terms of foraging, for example. And then as time goes on, it'll continue to improve and provide roost habitat potentially as the trees get older.
Thank you.
Is that what you're after?
Yes, that was what I was after. Thank you. That was really helpful. The last one is just some of the elements of what's been proposed in terms of the compensation side, and some of the language I'm not familiar with, and I'm hoping it was in your evidence. I did a quick check, but I can't find it. But it was around meadow-like, I think tree rows, meadow-like spaces, and I'm picking up on the meadow-like spaces because I know what a meadow is, but I don't know what a meadow-like space is.
That's a good point. So essentially a very reduced grazing, if at all, or mowing regime where you can have grassland growing up, which is important for invertebrate abundance. And so rather than just mowed areas or grazed areas, you can, because the bats forage on aerial invertebrates. And so meadows are known to harbour invertebrates.
So more meadow than meadow-like.
Yes,
Yes,
a meadow.
okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Just in terms of pest control, and I've made an assumption that the compensation site would have pest control, because obviously if you leave things to grow to their own devices, that's just a wonderful habitat for rats and mice and other nasties. So that, can I just test my assumption that there would be because the site is going to need to be actively managed over a long period of time. Do you have confidence that that's going to occur? But that's not going to be for the first 5 years. It's all good, set it up, and then a lock's put on the gate and leave it to its own devices. Do you have a confidence there's a monitoring and active pest control regime? I don't want to use the word in perpetuity, but for the medium to long term.
I think that'll need to be provisioned, or it needs to be outlined very clearly in the bat management plan. Which goes through review and such forth. But my understanding, might be worth asking Mr. Markham about this, but there is a time frame given within the BCM model, which will at least have to be adhered to.
Oh, okay.
And Commissioner, if I could just add, in respect of the confidence, this is the first stage of the PC20 site development. And you heard evidence through the principles of the long time frame. So it's not simply we do it tomorrow and then it's forgotten about and follow the plan. The bat management plan is a living document that would be relevant to subsequent resource consents and subdivision consents. So there's that. Secondly, once the site's acquired, the clients are determining the best vehicle for the site to be retained within, and the current thought is that it would be placed into a trust, which would have one of its key purposes, the enhancement and management of that site for the purposes of for which it's been acquired, which is the bat habitat.
Thank you for that. I appreciate there's a bit of sensitivity around the arrangements for the purchase of the land and what might be the future tenure of it. So I really appreciate you being open about what's likely to happen in terms of result from long-term management. I'm just going to double check and see if I've got any other questions. I think that was all of my questions. I don't seem to have any questions for the rebuttal. That's all the questions. Thank you very much. That was really helpful. Thank you.
I just have one question, and I'm just looking at Ms. Thurley's conclusions where she says the bat population cannot just move elsewhere. That's a very strong statement. As I understand your evidence, the bats can move. They may resist it, but it is possible. So do I take it that your evidence is that Ms. Thurley is wrong when she says the bat population just cannot move?
I guess in that instance, I think Ms. Thurley is referring to the entire population uplifting and going completely elsewhere. Whereas I'm discussing their flexibility within the landscape that they're currently in terms of their need for these large areas of open agricultural land. I think they can persist within the landscape they're in if more high value habitat is created, and that they don't necessarily need large swathes of productive land to move about within the landscape that they're in. Is that helpful?
Yeah, and just looking at the plan, there are large areas along the Waikato River where there are bat populations. Just if hypothetically the inland, if you like, bat areas were removed, would the areas along the Waikato River be adequate to sustain a viable bat population or not?
Just based on looking at aerial imagery, for example, it looks like very similar habitat to what they're currently existing within. I think it's a very difficult question to answer in terms of our knowledge of bat populations and how difficult they are to monitor. So there have been instances where bat populations have disappeared from an area, and that's generally speaking where those studies have been done. It's often in dockland, for example, where it's often being put down to pests, for example. But it's not known, it's very difficult to know, did they collectively move elsewhere and we just haven't found them since, or did they just disappear, if you know what I mean. So yeah, it's a very hard question to answer in that regard, but based on the land surrounding the area, it would seem that they would be able to utilize that landscape.
And again, forgive me if I said one question, here's another one. If bats had to choose between open landscape and the type of environment that you get alongside the river, which would they tend to choose?
By the environment alongside the river, are you talking about the forested riparian areas?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
I would generally think that they would choose those vegetated areas.
As a preference?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Is there more question?
Commissioner, I was just going to invite Ms. Cummings just to speak to her thought processes through her recommendation that's been built into the structure plan on the bat corridor, or as Mr. Hill referred to it.
That would be helpful. I originally did have a question, which I didn't ask following the site visit, because one of my questions was going to be why, if you particularly, this is before I'd seen the site, was why is the koru, particularly the corridor chosen that particular pathway when the Waikato River is over there where they're roosting, but then I think it was part of your evidence suggesting that they don't actually fly directly from the east, so that kind of made sense. But then when we did the site visit, there's actually a hedgerow, so there's an existing vegetation. But if you've got further to add to that, that would be helpful.
I do refer to it in my evidence in chief, where I discuss why that particular driveway area, I guess, was incorporated as the corridor. And so, yeah, I discussed that it is
The open
already
edge along the tree line driveway.
Yeah, so it already is habitat that's been identified that the bats are using, and it has.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the tree line driveway was until I saw it.
Yeah, a literal tree line. Yeah, so it's habitat that already has value to the bats,
Okay.
and then it connects to that southern. If you refer to, I think it's annexure A in my primary statement. You can see that there's the three. Yeah, and so the more southwesternmost area of those three.
Yes.
That's identified in the Davidson Watts paper that both myself and Ms. Thurley refer to quite a lot, as it has multiple roosts in that, and it seems to be particularly important habitat. And there is a number of tree rows through private land that roughly connect to the driveway, which creates that corridor. And I guess that leads on to, yeah, the thought process around where the compensation site is now, and how there is opportunities through other developments such as Southern Links and Plan Change 5 in the Peacocks, around creating linkages through the landscape, building on the compensation site that we've preliminarily worked on. And I think in Annexure C of my evidence in chief, it shows the Crown-owned land related to I think that's Annexure C. Yeah, related to the Southern Links designation and opportunities to build on that parcel of land to create those landscape connections.
Because my layman's view before coming to the hearing was, why wasn't the corridor to the north? Because that was approximate to the other Patapatio River, and then it's also more proximate to the Waikato River. But I think that's been well explained.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted Mr. Cummings to address it, because it seemed counterintuitive to a layperson, but it's been purposefully designed, taking into account that wider context and the environment and the linkages.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cumming.
Thank you.
Thank you. My next witness, sir, is Mr. Markham.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Markham, can you confirm your full name is Joshua Andrew Markham, and you are the principal ecologist at the firm Tonkin and Taylor?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have prepared a primary statement of evidence dated 28 February and also a rebuttal statement dated 10 March. And can you confirm that both those statements are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Markham, I understand you've also prepared a summary statement dated 14 March from which you will read from, but you just wish to make a correction now, which I'll invite you to do at paragraph 10 and explain to the panel why you're making that correction.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. So the correction in paragraph 10 of my summary statement, point A, the 16 hectares, which is made up of 4.9 hectares of habitat enhancement in terms of the BHAs on site, and then the 11 hectares of vegetation restoration and or enhancement off site. The correction is that the compensation is only relevant to the 11 hectares of vegetation restoration and or enhancement off site and the 80 hectares of pest animal control. The 4.9 hectares of habitat enhancement within the BHAs are deemed as mitigation, not compensation. So a slight clarification at that point.
Now, Mr. Markham, before I invite you to read your summary statement, have you had an opportunity to review Ms. Thurley's evidence for the Director General? and in particular, Ms. Thurley's reference to a study by Gilly et al. In respect of Washia Pines compensation could be in the range of 125 to 130 hectares of land at 11.5 of her statement.
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity now to obtain that study? And if so, do you have any observations in respect of Ms. Thurley's opinion expressed in her evidence in respect of that study?
Yes, so I've done a detailed analysis of the journal article that Ms. Thurley references, and the statement that is made by Ms. Thurley in her evidence in chief is only pulled from one sentence in the conclusions of that journal article regarding an area of at least equal to the impact site should be set aside for restoration purposes. There's no justification of that number, or there's no framework to understand how that number has come about within the paper. So it's just one sentence in the conclusion. If you take out that one sentence in the conclusion of that paper, our preliminary compensation package is actually very aligned with the conclusions of that paper. And just for reference, we can make this paper available if the commissioners wish to.
I was going to read it in the absence of knowing what this paper is. It would be helpful.
I was waiting for your commissioner to finish writing and then make that suggestion, because I think it's just important to have had Mr. Markham confirm that in evidence, and then we'll provide and produce the paper subsequently. Mr. Markham, can I ask you please to start in your reading your summary statement at paragraph 2, please.
Yep, thank you. I note that my EIC rebuttal statement and the summary, I focus on general ecology and residual effects management for long-tailed bats. For all other matters relating to long-tailed bats, I refer to Ms. Cummings as the bat specialist. The ecological context of the site is typical agricultural land use, which for the PC20 site is further degraded by the high level of crop rotation. In summary, vegetation across the PC20 site is predominantly pasture grass and maize, with isolated patches of exotic and native trees used as shelter belts.
I'm sorry, Mr. Markham. Have we got Mrs. Cummings here? Oh, there you are. That's fine. Thank you.
Commissioner, when we get to the end, it may be helpful once you've heard from all three of you, well, all four, because you've got Mr. McKenzie coming as well and Mr. Inga, that if you have residual questions, you might put them up all together and work it through, because they are a combo team, each looking
yes,
at
I couldn't see her and I was worried she'd left the building, and if we had a question, we might have to get her back.
Bald head. Is,
that would be very helpful, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. A network of artificial watercourses has been established for drainage purposes, and no natural streams or wetlands have been identified. The only native lizard species that is possibly present in low densities is copper skink. Small isolated areas of low quality potential habitat is found across the PC20 site. No native gecko habitat was found across the PC20 site, and they're not considered to be present. There is no significant natural areas recorded across the PC20 site or areas of remnant native vegetation. Ecological impact assessment guidelines have been used as a framework to determine the ecological value, magnitude of effect, and overall level of ecological effect. In summary, the ecological value, magnitude of effect, and overall level of ecological effect for the P20 site are considered for vegetation removal, which excludes potential bat roost trees, low level of ecological value, moderate magnitude of effect, resulting in overall level of ecological effect of low. For native lizards, copper skink only, low level of ecological value, low magnitude of effect, resulting in overall level of ecological effect of very low, sorry. For native birds, low level of ecological value, low magnitude of effect results in the overall level of ecological effect of very low. The EN's guidance sets out an overall level of low and very low for ecological effects should not normally be of concern, although normal design, construction and operational care should be exercised to minimise adverse effects. Prescribed and standard mitigation measures for native birds and native lizards, copper skink only, have been incorporated into the above overall level of ecological effect. It is envisaged that mitigation measures will be part of the ecological management plan as addressed by the plan change rule 10.4.2.14.b for native birds and native lizards without the need for applying offset or compensation actions. The above is also consistent with the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, which only requires offsetting for non-significant habitats of Indigenous fauna to achieve no net loss at a regional scale, where there are significant adverse effects that are unable to be avoided, remedied, or mitigated. Therefore, the only residual effect management actions, which are offsetting compensation, relate to long-tailed bats. In this instance, an offsetting approach has been evaluated, but it's been discounted based on inherent complexities relating to the long-tailed bats, which I believe you've heard some of that from Ms. Cummings this morning, which is a similar approach taken to Plan Change 5. The proposed option of accounting for residual effects on long-tailed bats is by using the biodiversity compensation model, or we refer to it as a BCM. In order to achieve a no net loss biodiversity value, as per the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, a 10% predicted net gain outcome in biodiversity over a 10-year period has been used within the BCM. Based on my preliminary assessment of compensation package, the PC20 proposal is likely to require, and this is where I get to the amendment that I made before I started, 11 hectares of vegetation restoration and or enhancement outside the PC20 site for the purposes of establishment of commuting and foraging corridors for long-tailed bats, 80 hectares of pest control over a 10-year period in areas of long-tailed bats are known to frequent. While I attended the joint witness conferencing in relation to ecology and bat habitat, my contribution was limited to matters relating to general ecology, offset compensation. In summary, and as related to my field of expertise, Ms. Cummings, Mr. Kessels and I agree based on the information supplied to date and knowledge of the PC20 site that there are no freshwater values to consider further. It was also agreed between Ms. Cummings, Mr. Kessels and I that any offset compensation applied in relation to long-tailed bats would have a positive trickle-down effect to other species, namely native birds and native lizards that may be present in the same site areas. Ms. Thurley has recorded in the JWS Ecology and Bat Habitat that best practice effect management should be followed. I believe that this has been adequately addressed within the amended provisions, particularly through the identification of BHAs on the amended structure plan. The joint witness statement Ecology and Bat Habitat also records Ms. Cummings and Mr. Kessel's support for the 11 hectare property as proposed offset and compensation site, although Mr. Kessel's agreement is on the premise that more detail is supplied on the certainty that it will be suitably restored and protected and subject to the review of additional residual effects assessment. I believe you heard a comment from Ms. Cummings this morning relating to that also. While I have provided a preliminary assessment of the expected residual effects in my evidence, I consider that it is appropriate for the final details of compensation to be provided and approved at the resource consent stage through the EMP including the BAT management plan, as required by Rule 10.4.2.14b. This is not unusual for a plan change stage, as I understand it to be the case with compensation requirements for PC5. That said, the conditional purchase of the proposed compensation site by the applicants provides a high level of confidence in likely compensation actions that may otherwise typically exist at this point in the plan change process. In my rebuttal evidence, I respond to the evidence of Ms. Thurley on behalf of the DOC, Department of Conservation, Director General Conservation, specifically paragraph 13.5. I consider that the BCM is a reputable tool, which is now used across New Zealand and has been downloaded for the use by approximately 60 ecological practitioners from over 10 different organisations. The BCM has been used and accepted and supported in the Manawatu Tararua Highway project, Auckland Regional Landfill, and the Peacock Structure Plan Change 5. And when I'm referring to that recent decision, I'm specifically referencing sections 8.4 and 8.7 in that decision. I disagree with Ms. Thurley's comment regarding the BCM tool not being published or subject to peer review. A peer-reviewed BCM foundation paper was published in the Resource Management Journal, with which was reviewed and tested, with the reviewed and tested biodiversity compensation model user guide and BCM tool released in October 2021. Both the foundation paper, BCM user guide, and BCM tool have gone through a robust and significant review and testing process prior to the publication and release. In order to appropriately transition from the biodiversity offset guidance to the biodiversity compensation model, 3 of the same authors were used in that process. The BCM has been used to test or to sense check or to help to make decisions if compensation actions are likely to result in no net loss of biodiversity value, by aiming for a net gain in biodiversity outcome. I note that Ms. Thurley doesn't refute the justification of the use for compensation for long-tail bats. Therefore, in the absence of any other compensation decision-making tool or other appropriate compensation tool put forward by Ms. Thurley, I consider the BCM to be the most reliable, transparent, and robust approach. A preliminary assessment of the expected residual effects has been provided in my evidence. I still consider that it is appropriate for the final detail of compensation to be provided and approved at resource consent stage through the EMP, including the BAT management plan, as required by Rule 10.4.2.14b. I reiterate that the opinion that I have already expressed, that the preliminary assessment of the compensation package combined with the conditional purchase of the proposed compensation site, as discussed by Ms. Cummings, by the applicant, provides a high level of confidence in the likely compensation actions that may otherwise typically exist at this point of the plan change process. In conclusion, and based on information provided, I consider that the ecological values and effects on matters relating to general ecology for PC20 have been adequately identified and addressed. In my opinion, that the amended provisions take the correct approach by providing a framework in which offset compensation for residual effects can be applied at the resource consenting stage. I believe that the BCM decision-making tool is the most reliable, transparent, and robust method of determining an appropriate compensation package, and I'm comfortable and confident that this will be addressed in further detail at the resource consent stage, as required by Rule 10.4.2.14b. And that's the end of my summary statement, and I'm happy to take further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. Just a few questions. Just some of these are in your summary and some of them in the evidence in chief. Just looking specifically at paragraph 3D, where you say there's no significant natural areas recorded across the site. Are you meaning none scheduled in the district plan and none recorded as part of Plan Change 20?
Yes, correct.
We've obviously got before us different opinions about whether the BCM should be used as the model, and the applicant has been, including yourself as an expert, being quite forthright in terms of saying it's all the strengths of the BCM, and I'll probably come from the school of no model is perfect, and I just wonder if there's any weaknesses that we should be aware of in terms of the confidence that we apply to any model, but this one in particular that we're talking about. And I'm just reflecting on Overseer, which has lots of strengths, and most recently we've been focusing on its weaknesses. And I just wanted to sort of sit back a little bit and just say, hey, and take as read what you've said in terms of the strengths of the model, but are there any weaknesses that we should be aware of?
Yeah, that's a really good point, Mr. Commissioner. Any model has its weaknesses, and models are only there to test scenarios or thinking to get to a point. The strengths, I focus on the strengths, but the weakness of this model is probably based on the information that you use. Like any model, that information has to be validated. Usually when we're supplying either a biodiversity offset accounting model, which is a BOAM, or in this instance, the biodiversity compensation model, you put together a justification table, and that justification table walks through every parameter that you put in the model and supplies a justification to it in terms of reference to literature or reference to where that data has come from. So the reviewer on the other side can navigate through it, go to those cited papers or cited material that you use, and understand the thought process and have confidence in the information that's used. So I'm guessing what I'm saying is, yep, on one hand, sometimes the inputs to the model is a weakness, but that weakness can be overcome by providing that justification table.
You've probably gone to my next question, was about, are you confident that the moderation and peer review process that's part of that process of applying the model, you feel that should give us a high level of confidence that the results of the BCM model are suitable and appropriate for us to be taking into account in our decisions?
Yes.
Thank you. Just going to the issue that Ms. Durley has raised in terms of the lack of peer review and being put in a journal, and again, assume I'm a layperson, and I'm making an assumption that a model that might rely on some science would normally be published in a science journal, and I don't quite understand which of those science journals have there's a hierarchy. There appears to be a hierarchy in science journals, and there are those which have high prestige, and there are those that have lesser than high prestige. And I just wondered, just in terms of the resource management journal, and you've set out that process, and I take that as read, has there been any I don't want to use the word sciencey, but has there been any scientific rigor in terms of the testing of this model?
I'll let Mr. Markham obviously answer that, but I just observed that in terms of the journal, in terms of the relative hierarchy for the RMLA, the journal is at the top of the hierarchy in terms of academic literature, rather than their sort of updates that come out, I think, quarterly or whatever it is. So the journals, from their perspective, is that associations is that high one. But I understand your point, and I'll let Mr. Markham answer it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the reason why the RMLA journal was chosen is to also not only have the scientific rigor on it, but also the legal and planning rigor on it as it's used in a statutory environment. So that is very important as well. As scientists, we're really good at locking really good science information away from legal, away from planning opportunities, and no one reads it, so it doesn't get used. So hence that's why we chose that article. We can have confidence, and I believe that you can have confidence that the model, there's a user guide that steps through the model that I'm holding up in front of you, and we can make that available if needed. That user guide also has the list of authors and co-contributors that also reviewed and tested the model. And the model actually, for all intents and purposes, a lot of the background statistics to it are based off the biodiversity offsetting accounting model. So it is very similar to it in terms of the mathematics behind it. It's just the interface and how those mathematics work are slightly different. So the same rigor has been applied to the biodiversity compensation model as the biodiversity offsetting accounting model.
Yeah, so you can understand that the tenor of my questions is more about testing. Is the model a suitable model? Has it had the rigor? And then in terms of the professional use of it, you've been very clear and articulate in your evidence how it's been widely used across New Zealand. The other question which I asked yesterday, which is part of this, is have you seen any other models which have been used in New Zealand? Obviously in evidence, there are other ways of doing this, but I'm more interested, are there any models? And perhaps I'm reconfirming what you've said, but I just want a equivocal statement from you.
No, entirely appropriate to put that question to Mr. Markham, because I did my best to answer it, but yes, I'm not the expert. So Mr. Markham.
I did listen to the legal opening, and it was well covered. So yeah, to the best of my knowledge, no, there isn't another compensation model in New Zealand at the moment, and hence that's why this one was developed, because there was a need for it, and also in the statutory documents, requirement for compensation to be applied after offset has been explored. So therefore, there was no way to determine that compensation. So a lot of professional people were what I call horse trading, or and that wasn't a very robust and transparent process.
I'm just a little bit of a naive question. Just in terms of the BCM, I've assumed it has been used in terms of using it for specifically for the species of long-tailed bat in New Zealand. Are you able to give a sort of indication of how much it's been used? Is there some experience in using this model, particularly for the use for it's been used here?
Yes, just referring back to the Plan Change 5 decision, it was used through that decision, and had a lot of critique through that. So that's the most relevant and recent time it's been used. It's been also used in Auckland Regional Landfill as well, and that also has long-tailed bats as part of that project, and that's the most recent as well.
Thank you. Just turning my attention to Rule 10.4.2.14b, and this is the bat management plan, and there's the provisions there that include, and this I'm just looking specifically at Mr. Growler's evidence in the appendix, which has the latest version of it. So I'll just give you a second just to get to that.
Yep.
I just had one question in regards to this one is, are there any matters missing there from your professional opinion? Obviously, you've had some input into what should be there, but reflection of the evidence from the Department of Conservation and others, is there anything that you think is missing or should be amended there?
We're just taking a bit of time to quickly scan so I can reply. No, I don't think so. And yes, we all had part of providing information to this provision. I think it is provides the framework needed to provide that additional information at the resource consenting stage.
Thank you.
I have no questions, Mr. Markham. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you.
Commissioners, my next witness is Mr. McKinsey. Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. McKenzie, can you confirm your full name is John Kinross? I think you win the competition so far in terms of cool middle names. McKinsey, and you are an executive engineer at the firm LDP Limited.
Yes, that's correct.
And you have prepared both a statement or evidence in chief dated 28 February and also a short rebuttal statement dated 10 March. Is that correct?
Yes, although I think the latter is 14th of March.
14. No, that's a summary. I'll get
Is
to
it?
that. Yeah.
Sorry.
And can you confirm that both those statements are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I see.
And you've also prepared the 14 March statement in summary. And I would ask you, Mr. McKinsey, can you please read from paragraph 1.2? And I understand you have a couple of amendments and as we go through, and you'll update the committee as well. Well, you're going to talk to some parts.
Indeed. Since preparing my primary statement of evidence, decisions on Hamilton City Council's Plan Change 5 have been issued. Mr. Inga will update the panel on the PC5 decision in further detail. I wish to note that the provisions contained in PC20, which are addressed in my primary statement of evidence, are consistent with the PC5 decision. However, it is worth noting that the relevant rule in PC5 on lighting only relates to outdoor lighting, whereas PC20 requires the 0.3 lux limit to be met for indoor lighting and outdoor lighting. As I explained in my primary statement of evidence, there is minimal existing lighting within the PC20 site, generally associated with rural or lifestyle residential, with occasional roadway lighting local to certain intersections, typically referred to as flag lighting. The closest concentration of brighter lighting is the Hamilton Airport apron, adjacent to the main terminal of the Hamilton Airport and within the associated car park. There is also some exterior lighting and road lighting within the current developed airport business zone and navigation marker lights within the airside portion of the airfield. There are very few controls on lighting for the existing airport business zone, including the 41-hectare existing northern precinct and the industrial zone, which is north of the airport, only limited by Rule 20.4.2.2 of the district plan. The southern links is likely to have road lighting, particularly for the proposed interchange near the site. SH3, SH21 and southern links, when built, will carry high traffic volumes, so headlights are a frequent source of light. The lighting environment is expected to change over time with the introduction of more light sources. The airport terminal, apron and car park would best be described as brightly lit. In my opinion, the existing artificial light effects within the site resulting from spill light, glare and sky glow generated by lighting located within the site and surrounding areas can best be described as very low. However, this could alter to become low to medium as adjacent areas are developed, particularly with the advent of sudden links. I noted in my primary statement of evidence that since the lodgement of PC20, the number of new provisions relating to the long-tailed bat, including bat habitat areas and new lighting rules, have been proposed. My evidence focused particularly on Rule 10.4.2.14a, which is a proposed new lighting standard specific to the Northern Precinct. Rule 10.4.2.14a is proposed to apply in addition to the existing lighting rule 20.4.2.2. The latter is primarily intended to provide protection for people, while the former is intended to provide added protection for the use of BHAs by the LTB. Part A, pardon me. Part A sets the maximum spill light limit at the BHA boundary of 0.3 lux, added artificial illuminants. This is consistent with the decision on PC5. Part B establishes further controls within 100 metres of a BHA. These include glare control, i.e. zero light tilt, blue light content by limiting colour temperature to 2700 Kelvin, and turning off lighting when not in use, i.e. using motion sensor and timer control on security lighting. This is consistent with the decision on PC5. Part C permits only emergency works lighting within a BHA as a practical necessity, but limits the nature of such lighting consistent with other parts of the rule. This is consistent with the decision on PC5. Part D clarifies the rule, clarifies that the rule does not apply to vehicle headlights nor airport navigation lights. The latter are part of the existing environment within the airport and are essential for safety. The former, i.e. vehicle headlights, is currently present, albeit likely to a lesser degree than would be expected once sudden links and other developments in the locality occur. As I noted in my primary statement of evidence, it is impractical to apply lighting constraints to moving vehicle headlights, as there are many variables affecting the direction of the light beam which are not able to be controlled. I note that the PC5 decision has confirmed the exclusion of lighting attached to vehicles from the lighting controls in PC5. However, measures can be developed to help minimise such effects for roads close to the BHA, and these are to be addressed by the ecological management plan, which is required to include details of how planting and light spill will be managed where transport corridors are proposed to cross BHAs. This is proposed as Rule 10.4.2.14b. I've also considered the evidence of Christopher Hickey on behalf of himself and his wife Sharon Hickey as a submitter, which was available after rebuttal statements were filed. While Mr. Hickey does not profess expertise in relation to lighting, he has raised some concerns in relation to potential lighting effects on fauna, in particular birds, bats and insects, at paragraphs 54 to 57. In that regard, Mr. Hickey concludes at paragraph 73, part 7, that low impact lighting systems should be required for the development to minimise adverse aesthetic and ecological impacts. In my opinion, the existing district-wide lighting rule, 20.4.2.2, adequately addresses the aesthetic effects, in particular, ensuring appropriate light spill and glare constraints for lighting. The only fauna that has been identified by ecologists acting for the applicants, council and submitters as necessary to consider specific lighting constraints beyond that already afforded by existing lighting rules is the LTB. Rule 10.4.2.14a has been proposed to provide added protection for the LTV. Also, in my opinion, the proposed rule 10.4.2.14a will adequately address Mr. Hickey's desire to minimise ecological impacts. In my opinion, rule 10.2.14a, in conjunction with other provisions attached to the evidence of Mr. Growler and referred to in the evidence of Mr. Inger, will ensure that lighting effects within the BHA are negligible or less than minor. In my opinion, the application of existing rule 20.4.2.2 and proposed rule 10.4.2.14a will ensure that lighting effects on people, and here I've crossed, will be negligible or less than minor, and that lighting within 100 metres of the BHA will be managed to avoid and minimise spill lighting within the BHA.
Thank you, Mr. Kenzie. I just have, firstly, apologies. I'd said that I didn't have any questions for you, so lucky you turned up because I've got a couple. My questions are really, one's just the clarification. I understand you haven't done any rebuttal evidence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Oh, that's great, because I didn't have it in my list, and I was worried I hadn't read it.
That's absolutely correct. And I think it's not in my folder, but I had a mismemory that he had, but I'd forgotten that his rebuttal was included within his summary statement. So thank you for that point of clarification.
Yes, I had a moment where I've missed one.
Well, I'm having that moment now. So
thank you. The second question was just like when we had the site visit yesterday, and I'm thinking now perhaps we should have a site visit at night. I'm not sure if we were driving around on the property at night, but one of the things that came to mind was when we saw the hill, because when we went to the site, I really got an appreciation how flat the property is, and you've got two quite distinct small hills there, and one was quite long, immediately adjacent to the airport. And in your evidence, you say the airport terminal, the apron, and the car park are described as brightly lit. So it's an area where there needs to be lights. And just thinking about when that hill gets removed, is that something that you've considered in your assessments of lighting? Particularly, I'm thinking in relation to the bat habitat area and the mitigation that's been, or the avoidance of mitigation measures that have been proposed in terms of that corridor.
Yes, it is. I should clarify that whilst it is, in my view, brightly lit, it's actually some distance away from the site. So, effectively, it's distant lighting. Actually, visited the site at night and got as close as I reasonably could to the site boundary at the airport. And it was a moonless night, which was fortunate, and the light level I recorded there was 0.00 lux. So, in that direction.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That was all my questions.
I only have one, Mr. Mackenzie. What is an executive engineer as opposed to any other type of engineer?
Probably one with more grey hair. So.
Well, I've met and I've worked with a lot of engineers, but I haven't come across that term before. You've mentioned it as part of your qualification. So please explain, what does it mean?
It's a title rather than a qualification. So it's just the position that my company has chosen to label me as, if you like.
Oh, okay. So it could be associate or principal or whatever.
Technical director, that sort of thing.
Just wanted to be clear. Thank you very much.
I know what an executive chef is. The other person who no longer does any cooking. Thank you. That was very helpful.
I have no other questions. Thank you. And Mr. Welsh, I wonder if this is an appropriate time just to take a short break.
Very much indeed, because we're 3/4 of the way through the BAT component, but Mr. Inger's evidence is quite dense in terms of the planning provisions and so forth. So I thought a morning adjournment would be entirely appropriate before we got to him.
He's the tail gunner for the combo, is he?
I always refer to the planners as the sweepers.
Yes. We look forward to hearing from him, and let's take a break until 11:15.
Just in terms of just before we break, and maybe it's something you respond to us after the break. PC5 has been mentioned quite a few times by the experts in the summaries, but not necessarily in the evidence in chief. And I'm just circling back around and just wanting to understand the significance of PC5 to our decision-making process, and just be helpful in terms of your advice in regards to that.
The reason why it wasn't addressed in the evidence in chief is just purely one of timing, because the hearing was adjourned at the time that PC20 evidence in chief was prepared, and the decision was only released at a time where after the filing of our, what was the date? 3rd of March. So we'd missed it. We had, to be perfectly honest, Commissioner, we had placeholders in our evidence to be able to update our evidence in chief if Plan Change 5 decision had been released, and we missed it by a week.
The planning evidence would have been even longer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in terms of the relevance of PC5, I submit that although it is, I was going to say just another, but that would be derogatory. Although it is at a council level decision, given the location, given the same population of the bats that we're dealing with, and given the comprehensive nature of Plan Change 5, and also the rather esteemed panel that considered the PC5 decision, I say it's of high persuasive value, and I think it is a relevant matter for you to consider in your overall assessment. I fully acknowledge it's not an Environment Court decision, so there's no direct legal precedent per se, but it is of extreme persuasive value for the reasons I've just outlined.
You've gone to my next question, just in terms of timing, has there been any appeals against that decision?
Mr. Inger has been involved, as have a number of my witnesses. I'm not aware of that yet. So.
Okay.
Yeah, the appeal period runs until sometime in April, so that hasn't closed yet. Okay. So we don't know at the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
We are adjourned.
There we go.
I was just saying the matters that were discussed in the hui as Mr. Inger's presentation to it covered a range of issues, stepping right through the approach and the structure plan, the identification of the bat habitat koru, what the bat habitat areas would look like, and then move through to the compensation overview. And I just thought it'd be useful whilst Mr. Inger is presenting his evidence, Commissioner, for you to have that in front of you to satisfy yourself of what was discussed at the hui.
Yeah.
So I was just asking a question about now that I've got this in our hands in terms of transparency, was there a process by which this had to or not be available with the other summaries and evidence?
In terms of the presentation of that information, my understanding is that it wasn't a without prejudice discussion. It was more of an overview for the hui.
I suppose I'm asking in a polite way, is there any sensitivity around sharing this information?
Yeah, the document is a document on Te Taitene Park and Mr. Inger's firm logos, or letterhead for want of a better word, rather than receive information being received back from the hui. So it was the presentation to the hui.
Yep.
So I don't believe there's any sensitivity. The reason why you've only got two is that's all that Mr. Inger provided me at this stage.
Yep.
So in my view, and Mr. Inger's confirmed, he has no view as to any adverse ability to post that on the website with all the other information. So
Thank you.
You'll see that the plans that are included in there are all ones that have been referred to through this hearing process.
Yes, they
anyway.
all look familiar. But
Yeah.
that's fine.
Just on that question, we're grateful, of course, for the hot tubbing, for want of a better word, that has taken place. And it certainly expedites the proceedings at the hearing. So we're very grateful that the experts have done what they have.
yeah, well, thank you, sir. All the other three witnesses you already heard from are still in the room. And if questions come up that are appropriate for them to address as well or supplement, then I'd ask each to come forward and provide that. I know that's a little bit unusual, but I think from an efficacy point of view and getting the answers, it may be of assistance. But I'll lead in Mr. Inger, and then he can take you through his summary statement, and we'll take the questioning from there.
We have a great deal of flexibility allowed to us under the RMA, the only specific prohibition being cross-examination. And so we will exercise that flexibility and accept your combo in the way that you are presenting it.
Many thanks, sir. I'm obliged. Mr. Inger, can you please confirm that your full name is actually Ben Maxwell Inger, that you have compiled a statement of evidence dated 28 February, which is your evidence in chief, together with a rebuttal statement dated 10 March, and that those statements are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also, for the convenience of this hearing, have prepared a summary statement of those two prior statements dated 14 March, which I'd invite you, Mr. Inger, to read from paragraph 3.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Welsh. Before I get to my summary statement, there was just one other matter that I wanted to address that came up in a question to Mr. Welsh yesterday from Commissioner Coffin, which related to the question of standards and references to standards within a district plan. So in terms of the ecological provisions, there is a reference to a standard, which is the DOC tree felling protocol. It's picked up, and the numbering convention doesn't really help with this, but I'm please bear with me. 10.4.2.14b5. refers to that, and also 10.4.2.14C, which is one of the tree removal rules. So that refers to a specific standard in terms of a specific version and a specific date. My view on this is that when there's a standard that's that relates to a party, particularly other than council, another party, that I would prefer to see, and I believe that the appropriate approach is to have a reference to a specific date. Otherwise, that standard could change. There would be no ability for other parties to submit on that or to comment on it. And that's why I've deliberately, in those cases, addressed that standard by date and version number.
I think that goes partway to the, I suppose it's a broader question than PC20 about your approach to how you deal with standards and codes and being specific and providing clarity vis-a-vis having a plan change, because it's not necessarily an incremental, it's not like something you can just update, especially if the code is generically different. So it was, I suppose it was a question in regards to what we're looking at, what would be an approach that would be sensible. Notwithstanding it consistency and inconsistency is an issue, but yeah, what might be a sensible approach, knowing that some of these codes and standards will be out of date shortly.
Yeah, and I can address you formally in my closing. But at the moment, in respect of this standard, Mr. Inger's advice, and it's one that I think has considerable merit, that in respect of this standard, that where there is no formal process in terms of changing, as we understand it, locking in the particular reference against which the plan change will, or resource consent under the plan change would be assessed, is appropriate in this instance. It may not be appropriate if we were dealing, for example, with radio frequency from cell sites or the like. But in this case, particular standard has been referred purposefully by Mr. Inger.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
So turning to my summary statement in paragraph 3. The ecological assessments which have been undertaken for the plan change request conclude that the PC20 site has low ecological values for vegetation, native lizards, avifauna and freshwater. The PC20 site contains habitat for the threatened nationally critical long-tailed bat, which has been assessed as being of low to moderate value. There are some high-value habitats for long-tailed bats in the area around the PC20 site. Management of effects on long-tailed bat habitat values is therefore an important consideration for PC20. Turning to the Waipa District Plan, as you've heard, approximately 41 hectares of the PC20 site is zoned airport business under the district plan, with the remaining approximately 89 hectares zoned rural. There are currently no resource consent assessment matters for development of the 41 hectare northern precinct, which require or enable consideration of ecological effects. There are no SNAs, bush stands or biodiversity corridors identified on the PC20 site under the district plan. Removal of Indigenous and non-Indigenous vegetation within the PC20 site is currently a permitted activity. In anticipation that there will be residual adverse effects requiring offsetting or compensation because of PC20, TPL has recently entered into a conditional agreement to purchase an 11 hectare property, which is located approximately 500 metres northwest of the site between the Waikato River and Rains Road. Most of the proposed compensation site is located within a 750 metre wide biodiversity corridor along the Waikato River, which is mapped in the Waipa District Plan. The biodiversity corridor is a location where the district plan seeks to maintain and enhance connectivity and habitat of Indigenous fauna and incentivise permanent protection. The district plan refers to the airport area as the Hamilton Airport Strategic Node and to land surrounding the airport as a scarce and valuable resource which needs to be efficiently and effectively used. In terms of the higher order policy provisions, my evidence in chief refers to the vision and strategy for the Waikato River, Te Ture Whaimana o Te Awa o Waikato, the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management and the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, or RPS, as the higher order policy provisions that I consider to be particularly relevant to ecological matters for PC20. My summary statement focuses on the regional policy statement given its relevance to the approach to managing effects on long-tailed bats or bat habitat And because there is some disagreement from DOCS experts as to whether PC20 gives effect to it, as required by section 75(3)(c) of the RMA. I'll just note here, you've heard about the regional policy statement change 1, and obviously that's a matter that regard needs to be had to as opposed to give effect to. I'll just point out in paragraph 48 of my evidence in chief, I identified there are relatively few changes proposed through change 1 to the provisions that I've cited, and where they are proposed in annexure 1 of my evidence in chief, which sets out the key regional policy statement provisions. Those are shown in red text so you can distinguish them. Paragraph 10. Criteria for determining significance of Indigenous biodiversity are contained in App 5 of the RPS. The criteria are referred to in the assessments contained in Ms. Cummings and Mr. Markham's evidence, where they conclude that there are no significant habitats within the PC20 site. The objective for the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity topic in the RPS is Eco 01, Ecological Integrity and Indigenous Biodiversity. I'll just read it to you. It says the full range of ecosystem types, their extent and the Indigenous biodiversity that those ecosystems can support exist in a healthy and functional state. Principal reason Eco PR1, maintain or enhance Indigenous biodiversity, assists in explaining the different approaches to significant and non-significant areas and methods M3 and M13. It includes the following explanation. I won't read that. You've probably seen it in my evidence in any case, but you'll see it talks about no net loss at a regional scale, not creating a no adverse effects regime, and it distinguishes the different approaches between Eco 13 and Eco 3. So in terms of paragraph 13, for non-significant Indigenous biodiversity, method Eco M3 requires that where loss or degradation of Indigenous biodiversity is authorised, adverse effects are avoided, remedied or mitigated, whether by on-site or off-site methods, and that biodiversity offsets should be promoted as a means to achieve no net loss of Indigenous biodiversity where significant residual adverse effects are unable to be avoided, remedied or mitigated. For significant Indigenous biodiversity, method Eco M13 applies. The required effects management response is in clauses 2 to 4, which state, and again, you will have seen this. Clause 2 refers to avoidance, and I just want to highlight here, because it's been addressed in evidence, the reference there that I've underlined to in preference to. So avoidance, avoid the loss or degradation of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and habitats of Indigenous fauna, significant habitats, in preference to remediation or mitigation. And it then goes on to talk about unavoidable adverse effects in 3, being remedied or mitigated, and 4, when you're unable to achieve that, more than minor residual adverse effects shall be offset to achieve no net loss. Just point out at paragraph 15, clause 2 is not an unqualified avoidance directive. There is also no requirement for avoidance to be exhausted, as has been suggested by Mr. Gooding for DOC. Key policies within these methods relate, key policies which these methods relate to are policy Eco P1, which is relevant to Indigenous biodiversity, and Eco P2, which is relevant to Indigenous biodiversity, which is significant. Eco P1 seeks to promote positive biodiversity outcomes and maintain or enhance their spatial extent as necessary to achieve, that should be healthy rather than healthy ecological functioning of ecosystems. Eco P2 requires significant habitats of Indigenous fauna to be protected by ensuring the characteristics that contribute to its significance are not adversely affected to the extent that the significance of the habitat is reduced. Objective UFD 01 in the urban form and development topic seeks to ensure that development of the built environment occurs in an integrated, sustainable and planned manner, which enables positive environmental, social, cultural and economic outcomes. The objective lists a broad range of 11 matters, one of which is promoting positive Indigenous biodiversity outcomes. Another matter is providing for a range of commercial development to support the social and economic well-being of the region. Policy UFD P11 refers to the development principles in App 11 of the RPS. One of those is K, which talks about promoting positive Indigenous biodiversity outcomes and protecting significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. It goes on to talk, and I think this is relevant to, but in particular to Plan Change 20, development which can enhance ecological integrity, such as by improving the maintenance, enhancement, and development of ecological corridors, should be encouraged. Excuse me for a second. Policy UFDP 11 relates to adopting the future-proof land use pattern. It requires that new industrial development should predominantly be located in the strategic industrial nodes in table 35 and in accordance with the indicative timings in that table. The airport is identified as a strategic industrial node. Finally, policy IMP1 in the integrated management overview requires an integrated approach to resource management to be adopted. The policy refers to the benefits of aligning decisions across boundaries and to maximising opportunities to achieve multiple objectives. Method IMM9, which is associated with the policy, relates to off-site mitigation of adverse effects. It lists priorities for restoration or enhancement as possible alternatives to on-site mitigation in situations where it is not appropriate or practical to mitigate the adverse effects of an activity on site. Turning to the PC20 amended provisions. Changes are proposed to the notified PC20 provisions to significantly tighten the requirements for the management of effects on the habitat of long-tailed bats. The changes include the identification of BHAs on the structure plan totaling approximately 4.95 hectares. The BHAs, as you've heard, are areas of the PC20 site identified by Ms. Cummings as being amongst the highest value habitats for long-tailed bats, and that provide the best opportunities for protection and enhancement. BHAs include a grouping of trees within the hub surrounded by a 20-metre buffer and a 50-metre wide corridor centred on a tree row extending west towards Middle Road. Other proposed changes are to sections 10, 15 and 21 in Appendix S10, which is the structure plan chapter of the district plan, and they include a new resource management issue which refers to the need to recognise and provide for the protection of identified areas of bat habitat, a new policy 10322A, which describes the required approach for managing effects on long-tailed bat habitat values, including reference to BHAs as areas where more than minor adverse effects must be avoided. And I set out the policy there. I'd just point out as well that that policy implements objective 2431. There's a note on the policy that says that. And the objective is to maintain and enhance the existing level of biodiversity within the district. I won't read through the policy, but just in terms of the structure of it, A to C are the key avoidance and mitigation measures. So they relate to the BHAs, controlling location of buildings, which is the setback matter, and minimising light spill, which you've heard from Mr. McKenzie on. And then D reflects the important role of an ecological management plan as part of the development, and it has a hierarchical approach in 1 to 3 that reflects consideration of the RPS provisions that I've just spoken about. At clause C, there are rules for vegetation, trimming, pruning and removal. There's a rule requiring a minimum 5-metre setback from BHAs, and that 5-metre setback requirement is consistent with Plan Change 5 requirements for building setbacks. There's a rule for lighting, as you've heard. A rule requiring an EMP or an ecological management plan and a bat management plan. So the bat management plan is a sub-plan of the ecological management plan. And although the notified PC20 provisions included a requirement for an EMP and BMP to accompany resource consent applications for development of the Northern Precinct, substantial changes are proposed to that rule in the amended provisions to make the requirements clearer and more comprehensive. And there are now also new ecological assessment criteria specific to the Northern Precinct, which are contained in section 21. The amended provisions go significantly further than the existing provisions that apply to the 41 hectares of land that is zoned airport business zone within the Northern Precinct, which do not require or enable consideration of ecological effects at all. The amended provisions also impose a much higher threshold for management of ecological effects than any other provisions applying to urban development under the district plan. I consider that the amended provisions for Plan Change 20 will give effect to the RPS provisions, including the key RPS provisions, which I've broadly summarised above. For the PC20 site, I remain of the view that the relevant provisions in the RPS are those that relate to non-significant biodiversity, because Ms. Cummings and Mr. Markham have concluded that it is not significant, the PC20 site, in terms of the criteria in Act 5. The protection of significant habitats of Indigenous fauna outside of the PC20 site will be achieved by providing appropriate habitat connectivity through the identification and protection of BHAs within the PC20 site and through the intended enhancement of the proposed compensation site. I'll just comment briefly on rebuttal evidence. So I provided rebuttal evidence in response to Ms. Thurley and Mr. Gooding for the Department of Conservation, Ms. Andrews for the Regional Council, and Mr. Govinda for Hamilton City Council. I agreed with several changes suggested by Mr. Gooding and one change suggested by Ms. Andrews, which have been incorporated into the updated PC20 provisions in Annexure 1 of Mr. Growler's rebuttal evidence. With those changes made, my understanding is that the amended provisions, as in the text in the district plan, are generally agreed by the planning experts, with one exception in the case of Mr. Gooding, which relates to a discrete change he suggests to policy 10322A to insert the word functional in clause A. The key differences of opinion therefore appear to be A, Ms. Thurley's opinion that the entire PC20 site except areas with buildings is significant under the RPS. B, DOC's experts consider that more habitat should be protected within the PC20 site, that opportunities to mitigate and remedy effects within the PC20 site should be maximised, and that more off-site compensation should be provided to work towards a no net loss outcome. And C, Mr. Gooding considers that mapping of an SNA on the PC20 site is required. Neither Mr. Gooding nor Ms. Thurley have provided any evidence which identifies the additional areas of the PC20 site that they consider should be protected as BHAs. They are also unclear as to what part of the PC20 site they consider should be mapped as a SNA. Mr. Gooding has not provided an assessment of how the further loss of developable land within a strategic industrial node would accord with other provisions in the RPS, and I'd add for that matter how it would achieve section 32 of the Act. Even in the event that the hearing panel were to determine that some or all of the PC20 site is significant under the RPS, I do not consider this to be a fatal flaw for PC20 because the proposed approach and the provisions in PC20 would still give effect to the RPS. I note that Ms. Cummings' view is that the proposed approach to effects management for PC20 is appropriate and will provide a superior outcome for long-tailed bats compared to minimisation of habitat fragmentation on site. In conclusion, the potential ecological effects arising from PC20 can be managed through the application of the amended provisions in the district plan. Plan Change 20 will give effect to relevant national policy statements and the RPS and will be consistent with the vision and strategy for the Waikato River. The Section 42 report recommends that PC20 be approved and accepts the recommended provisions in full with respect to ecology matters. I consider that PC20 appropriately addresses ecological matters and that it is appropriate for the plan change request to be approved. You have to excuse me, I'm recovering from a cold, so I'm just going to blow.
I just really have a couple of points of clarification for you, Mr. Engel. One is just related to your evidence in chief, and this is me interpolating, and I just want to check it with you that it's your view that there's been a higher threshold met for managing effects than any of the provisions under the Waipa district plan. That's the tenor of what I got, that you've set the standard for managing effect higher than the standards that we currently see in those rules. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, both in respect of the Northern Precinct and anywhere else in the district. Yeah.
And then just in regards to paragraph 14 of your summary, and you've helpfully set this out in your evidence in chief, but this is just in regards to those methods for Eco M13 and the clauses in their fullness there as we see them. And this perhaps is a question for Mr. Welsh if he wants to answer it as well. In my view, words matter. In my reading of particularly clause 2 in regards to preference, another way of saying that is there's a preference for activities to avoid the loss and degradation of areas, but where that's not able to be achieved, then there's like a cascading planning approach. You just move from one to the other. So how I read them in full is you go to the first one, there's a preference for avoid where that kind of, it may or may be able to be achieved in part or not at all, then you move to the next as a cascading approach. And I just wondered whether you had any views as my perception or assumption correct.
Yes, that's how I read it, and that's my interpretation. And I think you then look at that in the context of the wider policy framework as well, and what can be achieved and the evidence before you. So obviously, you've heard from Ms. Cummings on what the different values of the site.
Yes,
and that indicates what might be more important to protect than perhaps other parts of the site. But also bearing in mind, I guess, the ultimate objectives of the plan change and the other directives in the RPS around strategic industrial nodes and industrial development in that location generally.
Just in terms of clause 3, clause 3 is written in a slightly different way, whereas clause 2 it's qualified with in preference to remediation or mitigation. In clause 3 it starts with require any unavoidable adverse effects. So it's almost like it sets the bar a little bit higher where you can't avoid.
It also
requires.
It also, clause 3 informs your interpretation of clause 2, because it assumes that there may be unavoidable adverse effects, and so that in my submission assists in the interpretation of what clause 2 means, in that it's not an absolute requirement.
Yes.
And there's also not, for example, the same language as appears in the MPS FM with the effects management hierarchy, where where you have to avoid where practicable, and
yes,
then
it doesn't have those.
It doesn't have those
practicable or possible qualifiers.
Yeah. So in my submission, I don't think you need to exhaust all opportunities before you move through the cascade. It's not the same effects management strategy that it appears elsewhere in the freshwater NPS.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, and I think reading them in totality with the 3 clauses side by side is really important for understanding intent.
Just for completeness, I'm going to be consistent with my questions. Just at the paragraph 5, you've just said that there are no SNAs, bush stands or biodiversity corridors identified on PC20, and I just wonder whether you meant identified, recorded or scheduled.
Yeah. So identified within
so scheduled in the plan or identified and recorded as part of these assessments.
So that particular clause is talking about what's in the district plan at the moment. Okay. And so there's no SNAs, bush stands, or if you go to the planning maps and the schedules, you won't find any of those features recorded for the site currently. The other matter is obviously the significance of the site, which Ms. Cummings and Mr. Markham have addressed.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was going to follow up with a point of clarification from Mr. Inga on that very paragraph, so if you don't mind, if I can. Mr. Inga, you heard Ms. Cummings answering a question in respect of the similarities or differences between the PC20 site and the compensation site. And one matter she didn't touch upon was whether you could confirm that the compensation site sits largely within the biodiversity corridor shown in the relevant plan in the Waipā district plan, unlike the PC20 site.
Yeah, can I take you to my evidence in chief? I'll just find the appropriate map.
Figure 4, is it?
Figure 4, yeah, wherever that is. Here we go. Figure 4 on page 19, and you'll see that I've taken the GIS overlay from the district plan with the biodiversity corridor, and all but a tiny slither of land along Range Road sits within that corridor. So, but even then within that area, there's no, as I've said in my evidence, there's no limitations on removal of non-Indigenous vegetation, for instance. So in addition to the questions you put to Ms. Cummings about what could you do to enhance what's there, the other relevant matter is there's actually very little protection for what's there now. I think Ms. Cummings talked about the fact that most of the trees that do exist there are exotic. So there's nothing stopping those trees being removed at the moment under the district plan.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I have no questions, all very clear. Thank you very much.
Just as a point of clarification, in my submission, you should approach the planning evidence of the applicant between Mr. Grala and Mr. Inga. I know it's self-evident, but they are a combo and they rely upon one another in terms of Mr. Grala relies upon Mr. Inga's assessment in terms of the ecology matters and vice versa. So both have considered in totality the relevant planning matters and provisions, but they've split their evidence out to focus on each area rather than providing one planning brief, which purports to cover the entirety. Just wanted to make that clear.
From my perspective, that's been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ian. We're going to have a change of focus now, and I'm going to call Mr. Hunt. And Mr. Hunt, his evidence relates to agricultural matters, and that's necessary to step you through, well, he's part of the puzzle, I should put it, stepping you through the NPS HPL and that pathway we discussed previously. Cool. Right, Mr. Hunt, can you please confirm your full name is Jeremy Bryce Hunt, that you're an environmental agribusiness consultant at Ag First Waikato, and that you have prepared a statement of evidence dated 28 February, which you confirm is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yep, that's true and correct.
You've also prepared a summary statement dated 14 March. May I invite you to read from that summary statement commencing at paragraph 2.
Sure. I have assessed PC20, which consists in part of highly productive land, HPL, against the provisions of the National Policy Statement, highly productive land, NPS HPL. Off the PC20 site, approximately 62.9 hectares of HPL is within the Titanium Park Limited TPL block, and approximately 28.5 hectares within Ruakura Properties Limited block, RPL. I engaged Hanmore Land Management to map the PC20 sites using an appropriate scale and methodology to provide a breakdown of the soils. Most of the PC20 site has been classified as LUC1 and LUC2 with a small proportion of LUC3 soils. This indicates that the soils are in the high quality category and highly versatile, with this classification being suitable for most productive agricultural systems. While the land and soils within the PC20 site are categorized as high quality under the NPS HPL, the practical likelihood of any sustained existing or intensive agricultural operation would be restricted due to A, surrounding land uses not being in land-based primary production, namely the airport, motorway, adjacent business zoned land, and the Southern Links designation. B, soil conditions which in summer are dry, causing reduced yields and the requirement for freshwater irrigation for any intensification or land use change into horticulture or commercial vegetable operations. C, lack of expansion or improvement options due to national regulations restricting intensification into various land uses and physical boundaries and amalgamation opportunities. And D, the productive capacity of the RPL site as a result of the research and development facility, leaving less than 10 hectares of HPL for cropping and compromised yields due to the R&D trials. To address the NPS HPL requirements, I have reviewed and assessed the productive capacity of the PC20 and comparing this with additional localities surrounding the Waipa district growth cells that would be deemed to be other reasonably practicable and feasible options. I also assessed an additional area located within Hamilton City. Of the alternative growth cells, the PC20 site has overall greater limitations and constraints with regard to the HPL and productive capacity. The alternative growth cells typically had larger areas of contiguous land-based primary production with less fragmentation. It is my opinion that allowing the PC20 to proceed from rezoning from rural to airport business zone will have a less material impact of the district's productive capacity than developing alternative greenfield sites that have fewer productive constraints. I do not consider that the loss of the well below average yields from the PC20 site will have a significant loss on the district's production, and proceeding with the PC20 would not cause any further fragmentation or disruption of additional highly productive land.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. To answer any questions the panel members may have.
No, we have no questions. It's very clear. Thank you for your evidence, Mr.
Mr.
Hunt.
Hunt can buy lunch then.
Well, if you say so. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Colgrave is my next witness there.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'll get you up. Right. Afternoon, Mr. Colgrave. Can you confirm your full name is Fraser James Colgrave? You are a managing director of Inside Economics, which is an economics consultancy, and that you've prepared in respect of these proceedings 2 statements of evidence, namely a evidence in chief dated 28 February and a rebuttal statement dated 10 March. And can you confirm that those statements are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Colgrave, you also prepared a summary statement of those 2 principal statements of evidence. And can I invite you to read from that at paragraph 3?
Thank you. The main economic rationale for PC20 is to provide additional industrial land supply to meet rapid growth and demand. In doing so, PC20 will unlock a suite of important and enduring economic benefits. They include land market competition. The Northern Precinct will provide a substantial boost in sub-regional land supply that will directly compete with industrial land provision elsewhere. This competition, in turn, will ensure that new industrial land is brought to the market in a timely and efficient manner and at a lower average cost than it likely would do otherwise. Support for regional economic development. PC20 will support and foster regional economic growth by providing a strategic location for new land uses to establish over time. Synergies and agglomeration. PC20 expands an existing urbanized area and therefore enables agglomeration benefits to occur. These are economic efficiencies that arise when economic activities cluster together, such as reduced transport costs and improved productivity. Infrastructure efficiency. The development will be largely self-sufficient for infrastructure and thus avoid significant costs and risks on the council. Economic stimulus of construction. The process of planning for, designing, constructing, and fitting out the buildings that will occupy the additional land will create jobs and incomes for district workers. Including flow-on effects, I estimate that developing the additional gross floor area enabled could generate a one-time boost in regional GDP of 130 million, create employment for 1,440 people years, and boost household incomes by 70 million. So just on the people years thing, that's a combination of how many people are employed and for how long. So if we take, say, a 15-year build-out period, that's roughly 100 people employed for that period full-time. Proximity to strategic transport routes. Not only is the PC20 site part of the Golden Triangle, but its immediate proximity to key national freight routes also make it a strategic location to accommodate growth and industrial activity over time. Finally, highest and best use of land. The PC20 site is currently used for low-value rural purposes, while the proposal enables it to be put to a higher and better use, thereby supporting the overarching purpose of the RMA. I also considered the need for PC20 under the MPSUD and demonstrated that it is indeed required to provide sufficient capacity for industrial land demand, including over the short to medium term. This is because industrial activity recently grew much faster than expected by me at the time of preparing my assessment for PC20 and by the latest BCA, Business Capacity Assessment, for the subregion. At the same time, the latest BCA appears to significantly overstate likely market supply, again, particularly over the short to medium term. Overall, my analysis produced a revised short-term demand estimate of 137 hectares, including a 20% competitiveness margin. This is almost 120% higher than the 62.7 hectares of demand estimated in the BCA, and naturally reflects the significantly higher than expected growth in industrial sectors since 2020. I outlined that there is only 11.9 hectares of land in the broader Hamilton City market available today, and conservatively estimated short-term supply of, say, 50 hectares. This is roughly 4 times the level of current supply. While PC20 is an industrial-led proposal, it also enables a small amount of non-ancillary retail to meet the daily needs of workers, businesses, and their customers and suppliers. I assessed the potential adverse effects of this on the vitality and viability of nearby centres and showed that it will not have any such effects. This is because the non-ancillary retail provided in PC20 is far too small to credibly affect the role and function of other centres, compared to the 540,000 square metres of retail GFA that already exists across Hamilton City. Expert conferencing on retail and related planning matters was held on 9 February and a joint witness statement produced. As recorded in that joint witness statement, agreement was reached between all participants on several important matters, including that the current retail definitions in the Wi-Fi district plan appropriately control retail activity within the Northern Precinct. It is appropriate for some level of retail to be enabled within the Northern Precinct to meet the needs of the future workers, businesses, and their customer suppliers. The level of retail within the Northern Precinct should not undermine the vitality and viability of existing commercial centres, as directed by the regional policy statement, and that surplus retail GFA from the other precincts in the airport business zone cannot be transferred to the Northern Precinct under that specific rule. This is because the total retail GFA limit is ring-fenced and separated between the Northern Precinct and the other precincts. However, despite agreement on those important factors, agreement could not be reached on the appropriate size of a non-ancillary retail cap for the Northern Precinct. I strongly consider that up to 5,000 square metres of non-ancillary retail in the Northern Precinct will not adversely affect the health and vitality of other centres. The threshold for significance is high, and effects must go well beyond those of ordinary trade competition to be relevant. In my view, 5,000 square metres of non-ancillary retail is far too small to be a credible threat to existing and proposed centres. I estimated that the most likely non-ancillary retail scenario for the Northern Precinct would have little impact on the likely future trade of both the Peacock Local Centre and the existing Tamaheri Village Centre. The maximum trade impact for any store type was only 2.5%, and the total across all store types was 1.3% for Peacock and 1.8% for Tamaheri. These impacts are immaterial, and I conclude that PC20's retail provisions will not affect the viability or vitality of other centres in the sub-region, and therefore complies with regional policy statement directives in that regard. I also assessed PC20 against clause 3.61 of the MPS HPL from an economics perspective and showed that it complied because A, PC20 is required to provide short to medium term capacity under the MPSUD, and B, there are no other reasonably practicable or feasible ways to provide the same capacity in the same market and locality while achieving a well-functioning urban environment, and C, the economic costs and benefits of the proposal outweigh all tangible and intangible economic costs and benefits of hypothetical foregone rural production. In my rebuttal statement, I responded to the evidence of Greg Akehurst on behalf of Hamilton City Council, or HCC. I concluded that HCC's suggestion to slash the non-ancillary retail cap from 5,000 square metres to 1,000 square metres did not demonstrate a sound understanding of the scope or purpose of that retail provision. For example, Mr. Akehurst's evidence was focused on just convenience retail and food for workers, but ignored additional retail demand arising from businesses themselves, plus their customers, suppliers, and visitors. In addition, I disagreed with the City Council's suggestion that the district plan be used to micromanage land uses to maximise supposed agglomeration benefits. In my view, Titanium Park Limited and Waikato Regional Airport Limited are better placed to manage such matters as they best see fit. Finally, I disagreed with HCC's proposal to limit ancillary retail to 10% of gross floor area or 100 square metres per site. This defies the approach taken in the city itself and would therefore create an unlevel playing field, which is both inefficient and inequitable. Overall, I consider PC20 to generate significant economic benefits while avoiding any material economic costs, so I support it on those grounds.
Thank you. I didn't have any questions for you because the question in mind I couldn't find a way of framing it. So perhaps I'll talk with you about my dilemma, and then perhaps a question will come out of it. I'm struggling with trying to understand the difference between a legitimate concern that there might be a loss of vibrancy and vitality in some of the local centres outside of PC20. So that's that concern, and it relates to the policy framework. And then I'm trying to reconcile with that with the tenor of some of the submitters' evidence, which seems more about trade competition. The question out of that is, can you help me with reconciling the difference between the two? Hopefully that's a clear enough question.
Yeah. And the answer to that question is the reconciliation of that is that trade competition effects are not a relevant consideration.
That's right.
Mr. Coldgrave's evidence demonstrates that any effect, if there is an effect, it's in the nature of normal trade competition effects given the low level of his assessed effect on other centres. So they're not relevant to your determinations. I think you need to be guided by the policy direction of the RPS and come back to and put to the other submitters how Plan Change 20 with its provisions as proposed will undermine that vitality and viability of existing centres. And Mr. Graal is going to address you before reading his summary in respect of that policy framework, sir, because I think that has got somewhat lost in some of the submissions you have received. So I think that there is no absolute reconciliation between the different views. I think you need to be guided by the policy and adopt the correct approach. And in my submission, that's the approach that's been put forward by the applicant's expert team in our legal submissions.
Thank you.
Could I refer you to your paragraph 4 in your summary statement? And can you tell me, when did you start studying this area? And I don't mean studying for evidence, but how long have you been aware of what's going on around Hamilton Airport? So what's the basis for you saying, for example, industrial activity recently grew much faster than expected? Can you put a time on that?
Sure, yes, sir. I've been advising Hamilton City Council on a range of matters, primarily development contributions, since 2005. So I guess I've been pretty active in this sort of the sub-region for a long time. I've been advising the Waikato district on similar matters for a similar period. So I have done a lot of work in the sub-region. I first started looking specifically at the industrial land issue in 2020 when I was first commissioned to work on this plan change. What I'm referring to here when I say this significantly faster growth is the evidence that comes through employment data. So in my plan change assessment, I had a 5-year growth estimate of 1,600 additional industrial jobs over a 5-year period. Over the last year, we had 1,700 jobs. So what I thought was going to happen over 5 years has already been eclipsed in 1 year. So the references I make to this much faster growth are sort of based on that evidential figures, I guess. But it's been borne out in other markets that I'm working in. And there's a couple of key drivers, if I can just point to those quickly. So there's a couple of things happening. One is the rise of e-commerce and online retail. That has caused a boom in the demand for warehouse space and logistics and things like that. Construction is obviously really strong in the sub-region as well. That's another key driver. And there's also been a bit of a resurgence in manufacturing in a post-COVID environment. I think a lot of people realised that globalisation had its limits and that there's merits in being slightly more self-sufficient. So some of that sort of exodus of manufacturing that we saw over the last 10 years has started to reverse. So those three factors together are really what's driving the employment figures and the uptick in demand that we're seeing.
So would it be pushing you too far to say, putting words into your mouth, that PC 20 is entirely supportable on economic grounds? In fact, there may even be an argument that it doesn't go far enough.
Correct, sir.
That's what you're really saying.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Another question?
No, other than to say, Mr. Cogweb, that the tables and the evidence, particularly those table 3 and table 4, are really useful. And I'm not an economist, so if I could understand it, pretty much anyone could understand
that's
it.
That's a litmus test for us if other people can understand what I'm saying.
There's a rumor going around that everyone's an economist, but I'm not. But that was really helpful and easy to understand. So thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Commissioners, I'm going to seek your indulgence slightly. I'm down to my last witness, Mr. Grala, and I would like to hold him over post the luncheon adjournment. And the reason is, and it comes back to my discussion just momentarily ago with Commissioner Coffin in respect of the vitality and viability discussion in the RPS. And I just want Mr. Grala to step you through that, and I think that would be useful with hard copies of the provisions in front of you. And I just want to do that over the luncheon adjournment. We're well ahead of the schedule, so I don't think it's going to interfere with the proceedings for today. And so I'm seeking an early lunch adjournment, sir.
Mr. Williamson and Ms. Embling, you're the next in the batting order. Are you comfortable with that request?
Yes, that's fine. We had anticipated that we might go quicker today.
Okay. Right. Well, is 1 o'clock a suitable time to reconvene?
Yeah, the hesitancy is twofold. I'm just aware that our team has to walk down the road to get their lunch and back again, but we'll walk fast.
1:15 would be better.
1:15 would be
We're
perfect,
ahead of
sir.
schedule, so let's go for 1:15.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you, sir. 1:15.
Just before we do adjourn, are there any procedural issues anybody might wish to raise? The next thing, when you conclude, and I appreciate that you may not conclude the applicant's case with Mr. Grala. There may be other things you want to say.
Yeah, it's always a conclude asterisk for later in the process, but yeah, we're almost in terms of the presentation of our evidence in chief and rebuttal, and it remains if there's anything that arises that requires an evidential reply. And I will be in no position at this stage to confirm or otherwise until the end of the submitter evidence, sir. But I will give you that indication at that end of that time.
So your colleagues in council, Mr. Williamson, that they won't be compromised by an earlier start than 3:45, or will they?
I've been in communication as I can through emails, trying to anticipate, but I will be in contact with those experts and bring them forward where we possibly can.
Perhaps you can let us know after the lunch break. Yeah. Good question. Do we know, Joe, fins and contains give evidence or solutions? Or Commissioner Coffin just raises the very pertinent point that we have later in the day fire and emergency in Kotahi set down, and our administrator will endeavour to contact them over the lunch break and see how timing sits with them. But it
I'm
sounds
obliged
like
to, but I also acknowledge the practicality that a submitter may have thought they were on a particular time, but schedule changes, and so I'm obliged if Madam Secretary can inquire, but also cognizant that other people were elsewhere. So
looks like we're on track for a conclusion around 5 o'clock anyway. So that's going to be good if we can achieve that. So if there is nothing else, appears not, we will adjourn until 1:15.
thank you, sir.
which was the appointed time. So
That was very useful information to impart at the start of the hearing, Mr. Chair. Been in a panic throughout the last 2 days.
I hope you had time to get lunch. And
We have,
dinner.
thank you, sir. We
Good,
have.
good.
So I'm going to just lead and get the formalities out of the way with Mr. Growler in terms of confirming his evidence and his statements. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Growler to step through some of the matters that have been arisen during the past 2 days, because I think it's good to be able to cross them off and in that way. And I've also requested Mr. Inga remain in a position in front of a microphone to provide any additional commentary if your questions come back to the ecological issues. That's appropriate, sir.
Well, it's your application, so within reason, you can choose how to present it.
Thank you, sir. Well, so we have a new winner in terms of middle names. Mr. Growler, can you confirm that your full name is Nicholas Colleen Growler and that you are the National Planning and Environment Manager at the firm Harrison Gresson, and that you have prepared 3 statements of evidence, the first being your evidence in chief dated 28 February, and your rebuttal statement dated 10 March, and your summary statement dated 14 March, and you believe them to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
That's correct.
Mr. Growler, as I indicated to the panel, I'd like you to, before reading from your summary statement, to address a number of matters that you have been recording that you would like to comment upon as they've arisen during the course of this hearing.
Right. So commissioners, if I could just, you should be, Ms. Greed should have passed you a handout, which will look something like that, have some red lines in it. Yeah, so that's an extract. There should be effectively two documents, but they're all interlinked. So those are from the regional policy statement. Like at a regional policy statement, you'll have to excuse the red lines through it. That's just the only version on the website. The red lines that illustrate the changes that PC1 is proposing to make to the RPS. So from your perspective in making a decision, you'll need to give effect to the sections that are crossed out, but you'll also have to have regard to the amended underline being the PC1 provisions, given that they're still, they're not yet operative. So if you could have those to hand, and then also the rebuttal, the provisions in my rebuttal annexure, if you could have the objective section of section 10 sort of to hand as well. It's around policy 3.2.1 and 3.2.2. So I'll be taking you through those. So what I propose to do is take you through the retail mechanics of the plan change and how we've, there's sort of 2 dimensions to it, and how we've structured the provisions and how we're also seeking to give effect to the RPS, how I've done the provisions. And then I also want to turn to one of the questions that Commissioner Coffin raised yesterday around how PC20 implements the recommendations that were included in the CIA. So I've taken the liberty of just outlining all of those, and then I'll just step you through each one, because I think there was an inference that it can't just be left to the MOU or the relationship agreement, and I'll take you through that, and it should demonstrate that actually a large part of it is already incorporated into the PC20 provisions.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to misinterpret what I said. I just 2 things. One was I was asking, particularly Mr. Hill, was did he have confidence that the MOU was the appropriate mechanism to do that? And then looking at the provisions, had the provisions that came about as a result of the issues being raised by Tangawhine, had they been properly accounted for?
Apologies.
Sorry, just while you're still introing, you mentioned section 10. Was that in your pre-circulated evidence, was it?
Yeah, sorry, sir. So it's in the PC20 provisions, there's effectively 3
chapters. And so it's effectively chapter 10 of the Waipa District Plan. So it's the,
Can you give us a page
I
number?
can take you to the page, yeah.
So Sarah, if you go to Growler rebuttal, and it's the annexure there, and then Mr. Growler will take you to the relevant page from there.
Oh yeah, now I found it. Thank you.
I think he's going to take you to essentially page 2 of annexure 1 to his rebuttal.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to try and take you through this just in a way that sort of breaks it down a bit more granularly, and it should hopefully give you a better understanding of what is proposed under PC20. So I guess the starting point is just drawing upon one of the points that I thought Mr. Richards made pretty well yesterday when he recalled his history with the Highbrook development and how to have a highly functional and well-functioning, highly quality business park, it's important to provide a level of amenity, not only for attracting high quality tenants and businesses that want to locate there, who will naturally want to ensure that their staff within their business have an attractive place to have lunch, exercise, get some sort of amenity during the day, but also to try and avoid driving off-site to get the things that they need every day. It was also agreed in the joint witness statements for economics and retailing that the experts agreed that PC20 should provide some level of retail in order to support the sort of day-to-day needs of people who work within the Northern Precinct and the businesses that will locate there. So that's the sort of starting point. There's then two policies within section 10 that are in line with that. So the first one is policy 10.3.2.1. That's an existing policy from the airport business zone that PC20 isn't seeking to change. So that has sets out to provide a limited retail activity within the airport business zone as a means of providing a service to the airport and business park users in the immediate neighbourhood. So that's PC20 is not proposing to change that, but it's still relevant. Then there's policy 10.3.2.2, which is proposed to be amended by PC20. And that sets out that to enable the development of the Northern Precinct of the airport business zone, including ancillary commercial and ancillary retail activities, as well as limited retail activities that support the needs of the precinct and the airport business zone. So that's the starting point, and it's in line with what's been agreed in the JWS, that it is appropriate for a level of retail to be provided within the Northern Precinct. That in most part is implemented by the ability to undertake the activity table 10.4.1, I think it is, that sets out that retail's a permitted activity. But there's a couple of catches later on in the non-compliant activity status section that says those retail activities can only be located in two places. And that is, they can either be located in the hub, and this is non-ancillary retail. They can only be located in the hub or the retail area that's denoted on the structure plan. So that's the little purple box that's on the structure plan closest to State Highway 3. The genesis of that retail area was about not losing sight of how big the Northern Precinct is. It doesn't look that big on a map. I think it's pretty easy to lose scale, but at 130 hectares, I think we'd worked out that if you were in a business working on that western side of the Northern Precinct, and if you were wanting to go get lunch at the hub, it's something like a 15 to 20 minute walk. And we thought that that's not likely, or it's going to be a barrier for people, who want to get lunch or get a service. They're not going to want to walk there probably, especially if they're in, overalls and work boots and what you would expect in an industrial zone. So the idea was we don't want people driving within the precinct if we can. And so I recommended and spoke to Mr. Colgrave around the merits of providing a small amount of retail on that western section to cater for that sort of smaller catchment. So that's the sort of non-ancillary retail around what's enabled. Then turning to the regional policy statement, and again, it was agreed in the joint witness statement that the relevant direction for you, the panel, to consider is to make sure that the level of retail, non-ancillary retail that's provided within the Northern Precinct isn't provided to a point where it starts to undermine the, let me just get the exact wording, the vitality or viability of the existing commercial centres as defined in table 37. So that's in the handout that I've provided you, the first one there under policy UFD P13. And the relevant part there is point 1. And that sets out, so if you read the tail point of that introductory paragraph, sets out that commercial development is to be managed to support and sustain the vitality and viability of existing commercial centres identified in table 37. Now that's a really relevant point, because it's only those centres that the policy relates to. You would have read through evidence, and you will hear no doubt from submitters that talk about a whole varying range of centres. There's been talk about the Peacock centres, there's been talk about Tamahiri Village. But if you follow through to that table 37, which is the next appendix, it's only those centres within that table that the RPS directs you to give effect to. I'm not saying the others aren't relevant, but in terms of actually just giving effect to the RPS, it's very explicit what it sets out. The ones, in my opinion, the ones that are relevant for Plan Change 20 are 2 centres in particular. So the first is the Hamilton CBD, and then the second in the town centres section is Cambridge. So those are the centres that are closest to the Northern Precinct. There's a raft of other centres within the region, but those are the 2 closest ones. So
I think the term they use here is nearby, so
correct,
correlating nearby with closest.
Yeah. And so the test for you as a panel is to turn your mind to whether the amount of retail that PC20 has proposed, specifically around non-ancillary, but also ancillary, whether that is likely to undermine the support and sustain the vitality and viability of the Hamilton CBD and Cambridge. Now, I rely on the evidence of Mr. Colgrave, who's done his modelling to help inform what level of impact that the retail as proposed within PC20 will likely have on those centres. And he's found that it's insignificant. So interpreting that and applying it to the RPS direction, my opinion is that the level of retail provided within PC20, both ancillary and non-ancillary, on the evidence before me, relying on Mr. Colgrave, I think it gives effect to the RPS. It's also consistent with the policies that we've sought out in section 10. That's the kind of overall mechanics on retail. I'm happy to answer questions as we go.
Just in terms of that table 37, it also has Te Ao Mutu, so I imagine that.
Yeah, and that's also in Waipa, so yeah, that would be a relevant one.
So just so everybody's clear, the application of what you're talking about will be in the consideration of specific consents, right?
So any resource consents that are put forward for retail, they will have to step through the compliance under the rules. So it'll have to, if you're wanting to establish it as a permitted activity, you'll have to step through the type of, ensure the retail is within the retail definition of the Waipa plan. That's the first test. Then it will have to be either in the retail area or the structure plan. And then there's a series of other provisions, which is through rule, sorry, I can never remember the name of this. There's 2 rules. I'll just scroll down to it. So there's 2 rules that are relevant then. The first one is 10.4.2.11a, very succinct, snappy numbering, sorry. And that's effectively the cap. So when we talk about the non-ancillary cap, that's the rule that implements that. And that sets out that the total floor area of all non-ancillary retail activities located in the northern precinct of the airport business zone shall not exceed 5,000 square meters GFA. So that is a cap, and I guess again reframe, it's not a target. It's not what we're, in my view, it's not suggesting what may occur. We're just it's what Mr. Colgrave has proposed as an appropriate number for a cap. Then it's also then supplemented by a further rule, which is an existing rule of the airport business zone. So that's rule 10.4.2.12, and that's effectively a tenancy size rule. So there's two parts to that. The first is that any sort of tenancy can't be more than 450 square meters, except that one can be more than that, but it has to be less than 1,000, and effectively it has to be for a supermarket. So those are the steps that any application will have to work through. If it doesn't meet any of those, then it defaults to a non-compliant activity. And then you're going to have to provide a reasoning, work through the gateway test. Are you consistent with the objectives and policies? And I think immediately your attention is going to draw up to how does that fit within the RPS context. Hopefully that answers your question, sir.
Yeah, with you.
Just looking at 1,000 square meters, that's very small.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
it's a super value.
It's like a super.
Fresh choice.
Yeah. It's in my view, when I was going through it, looking at the plan change 20, it seemed about right for the scale of the northern precinct. It's not a countdown or a pack and save. And again, those are existing rules within the airport business zone. So that's the retail part that I just thought I'd take you through. Unless there's any other questions, I'll turn to the CIA recommendations if that works for you. So what I've done, sir, is I've gone through the CIA that accompanied the plan change request for PC20, and there was 7 recommendations. And what I'll like to do is just step you through each one, and I'll just give you my opinion on where I think the response sits. And they'll either be something that I think is better suited to a relationship agreement or an MOU, where it's sort of outside the RMA framework. Also, there are some things that can really only be dealt with at the next stage, which is the resource consent stage, because they rely on a matter of detail around how you might do certain things. But then there's also elements that are already sort of, I guess, enshrined within the PC20 provision. So the first one is...
Sorry, just a clarification. So those 7 are the same as the 7 in Mr. Hill's evidence?
Correct, yeah, that's what I've noted this morning. So hopefully they're consistent in how I've scribbled it down. So the first one is around kaitiakitanga. So in my view, that's really an MOU or relationship agreement matter. That's a sort of overall framework around how the applicants will deal with mana whenua and interact and partner going forward. And that's something that'll endure through the whole stage of the development. We heard about from the corporate evidence that it's likely to be a sort of 15-year project to fully build this out. So I don't see it as being a partnership that's just at the front end. I think it's going to be something that's enduring as the development goes on. The next one is around heritage. So in my view, that's the accidental discovery protocols. That's a resource consent matter. So that's something that you typically have as a condition of resource consent. And that's, in my view, the appropriate time to have that. The third one is around the sort of, I called it stormwater, low impact urban design, sustainable water, freshwater management. And those they're enshrined through PC20 in a couple of ways. So you heard from Mr. King yesterday talking about the general approach to stormwater that him and his team have developed in support of first the master plan, but also informing the structure plan. And that is around a series of sort of basins and swales. There's a couple of ways that those are incorporated in. One, there's a couple of existing rules within section 15, which is the infrastructure and subdivision chapter that talk about needing to have stormwater disposal within lot and low impact urban design approaches. Then also in terms of the road approach and having swales, The cross sections for the structure plan, if you can see on the wall there, there's some cross sections that include swales. And so that's not only on the cross sections for the road, but it's also been built into the indicative cross sections for the bat habitat area. There's also an ability to put stormwater management through there. The next one is around Indigenous biodiversity. So again, there's a couple of ways of doing that. So the first is around the approach that Mr. Ing has already set you through on the bat habitat areas and the EMP requirements. So there's a whole lot of Indigenous biodiversity elements in that. And then there's naturally going to be an element that will come through the resource consent stage through planting details, specifications, how you might design it. So that's the sort of second arm of how you might respond to that.
Just on that, just how does the compensation site work? Because that's not, I don't perceive that as being necessarily part of the consent. So in terms of the detail of that work,
it would come through. The detail of that work would be included in the requirement or of the bat management plan, where you've got to show and demonstrate how you are compensating for more than minor residual adverse effects.
Thank you. Agree with that. I don't know, Ms. Langer, if you've got anything to add on that, given it's your sort of area. But
the relevant clause under the EMP rule is 6, which talks about the compensation and, for instance, shall include habitat and shall include details of proposed offset or compensation measures, and it goes on from there.
The fifth part is, I've noted it as the view shafts. So that's the approach that was taken in the master plan through engagement with mana whenua at a very early stage. And it was also one of the aspirations of TPL at the time, was to align the roads of the northern precinct to achieve and enable views of the maunga in the distance. So the alignment of the roads from the master plan that has then followed through to the structure plan will enable those views. There was a question from Mr. Jack that you had from Mrs. Jack yesterday, Commissioner Coffin, and
I was just checking in, does it?
Yes, it does. Yep. I've worked with Mr. Coles' team over the last couple of years just to make sure that. So originally, when the master plan was designed, we made sure it was aligned, and then also before we lodged, we did another double check of the structure plan. So yeah, I'm comfortable that it does. I mean, they're a distant target, so they're not, it's not a view shaft in a sort of Auckland sense with cones and view shafts, but it's
involved with the White Arcade structure plan change, which is just a couple more in Tauranga, and they aligned the roads to have view shafts to some of the heritage sites in the land, and also lower to the people where. And you go there, and it's very effective, and it absolutely runs up. So it can be quite powerful, especially when you've got an urban environment as opposed to, and you can see that's quite an impact. So I was just asking the question, just because you can't change the roads necessarily later on.
Correct.
And has anyone checked that?
Yeah, I haven't personally, but I've worked with the urban designers who have checked it. I think the other thing that it does is it helps. You noted how flat the site was, and so I recall back to the master planning phase. One of the premises of retaining the hub around the hill was to have some difference in landform to help with wayfinding. If you're on a flat site with big buildings, it's very hard to sort of lose your way. Very easy to lose your way. If you've sort of tried to get around Christchurch, it's a great example. I get lost every time I go there. If I can't see the hills, then I'm stuck. And so having some views of maunga does actually help. If you're trying to encourage people walking or driving and navigating in an efficient way, I think it's a helpful design approach.
It's a good example. You didn't mention Hamilton, so let's not go there.
Won't comment on that, sir. Then the last one was mahi toi, and in my view, that's a resource consent design stage. Likewise with the naming strategy. So that's a subdivision stage, probably post resource consent. There's a process for doing that, but again, it's a useful way. So those are the 7 recommendations through the CIA. So you'll see that there's a sort of a nuanced approach. Some can be covered and are covered through Plan Change 20 provisions. Others will be dealt with through a consenting stage. And then there's a sort of overarching framework around kaitiakitanga, setting out the partnership arrangement and how TPL and RPL will work with mana whenua over the sort of development horizon of the Northern Precinct. So that's that covered. I don't have any.
I didn't have any other questions. Thank you.
That's the sweeping. Yep.
I can just invite Mr. Growler to start at paragraph 2.
In my primary statement of evidence, I noted that PC20 seeks to enable the coordinated expansion of the Northern Precinct within the airport business zone. It seeks to rezone approximately 89 hectares of land from rural to airport business zone and will result in the Northern Precinct increasing from the existing 41 hectares to approximately 130 hectares. It also seeks to amend the airport's structure plan based on the comprehensive and integrated master planning that's taken place, and to amend the supporting planning provisions found within section 10, 15 and 21 of the district plan. Several amendments to PC20 have been made since submissions closed last year. These include the introduction of a bat habitat area and the strengthening of ecology-based provisions that Mr. Ing has taken you through this morning. There were also some changes to the provision as a result of the expert conferencing that took place earlier, and that was, again, just to remind you, on ecology, transportation, and economics and retailing. Amendments to PC20 have been evaluated in the Section 32 AA report annexed to my primary statement of evidence. I concluded in my primary statement that the plan change request has been made in accordance with the provisions of Schedule 1 and Section 32 of the Act, which, along with the supporting evidence, has demonstrated that PC20 will have a positive environmental, social, and economic effect. Potential adverse effects arising from PC20 can be managed through the application of amended district plan provisions, and that PC20 will achieve the purpose of the Act and will give effect to the relevant national policy statements and the RPS. PC20 provides a suite of amendments to the district plan provisions. The changes are proposed to Section 10, which is the airport business zone. One thing I would add, Commissioners, is that Section 10 is effectively a land use chapter. So I've proposed changes to both Section 10 and Section 15, but also Section S10. So there is some nuance depending on how the applicants might want to develop Northern Precinct. So we've made sure it's covered if they either take a subdivision approach first, or if they seek to adopt an approach that some other business parks may have had where they don't necessarily sell the land. So if they took that approach, we're also making sure that the land use chapters are caught and that those provisions are changed, so they work equally well irrespective of how you might go about developing it. Section 15, which is the district-wide infrastructure, hazards and development subdivision chapter, and Section 21, which is the, again, district-wide section for the assessment criteria. There's also changes to Appendix S10, which is the discrete appendix that's relevant just for the airport business zone structure plan. In summary, the proposed amendments are sought to enable the development of the Northern Precinct in line with the proposed structure plan, remove the CDP process which may be ultra vires, require specific transport upgrades to be constructed prior to certain stages of development being finalised, enable and consolidate non-ancillary retail within either the hub or the retail area. This is supported by the introduction of a non-ancillary retail GFA cap for the Northern Precinct, which I've taken you through, which is proposed at 5,000 square metres, and the retention of the tenancy size restrictions that are already included within Section 10 of the district plan. The amendments will require specific landscaping to be established on the boundaries identified on the structure plan. This is supported by the retention of the building setback control that already applies to the boundaries identified on the structure plan. It'll introduce the 5-metre building setback from the BHA corridor, require an ecological management plan to be developed for the entirety of Northern Precinct as part of the first land use or subdivision resource consent application. So that's a good point, just to reinforce that when the first resource consent is lodged, the EMP won't be just for a section. So typically what I would see in my experience of such a big site is the applicants will apply for a subdivision consent or resource consent for the first stage. So it's a 15-year project. They don't consent everything at once. But what the EMP makes you do is look at the site holistically. So it's not going to be sort of divided over time. It has to look at the whole site and how the approach will be, and then it'll be up making sure that each subsequent stage is consistent with that. We'll introduce lighting rules that can apply to the land and in and adjoining the BHA. Introduce rules that manage vegetation trimming, pruning, removal within the northern precinct, and introduce a rule that requires buildings within the northern precinct to be designed in accordance with New Zealand firefighting standard. So Mr. Coffin, I'll just note here that I agree with the comments that Mr. Ing has made around referencing standards. There's sort of pros and cons to both, but I think the pros of referencing it outweigh the cons.
Just going back to 6B, remove the CDP process, which may be ultra-virus. Could you just talk me through the nuances of that?
Yep. So there was, I guess, CDPs were in vogue in the mid-noughties. It was the thing to do. We used to joke that it was a lazy plan change and that it just sort of pushed a whole lot of detail down the road. In the CDP, it was sort of a quasi plan change, quasi resource consent process. And it was adopted. It was really prevalent in Auckland, where I'm based. And then it was around sort of it was about 2014, 2015. We were halfway through the unitary plan hearings, and there was a directive. I might have been, I don't know if it was in a case. Was it a case? Queenstown case. And it came out that the CDP approach would be ultra vires because it's a quasi plan change resource consent, and you can't have plan provisions that circle back to a resource consent effectively. So since then, it's really been dropped. I can't think of a single plan change district plan since then that's adopted the CDP approach. So when I started this project back in 2020, one of the first things I noticed that is the northern precinct, as it was established, the 41 hectares, was based on the premise of having a CDP first, and the CDP would set out all the infrastructure integration. And so one of the things I wanted to do was to remove that and then, I guess, bring forward the information and how that might be managed through plan provisions rather than just sort of pushing it back. So it's cut out primarily within section 15. Is where we've stripped it out. I've been very careful not to, because the CDP provisions still apply elsewhere in Waipa. So I've tried to ring fence it so that we're not, having some unintended consequences and affecting other development areas within Waipa.
And I just add, sir, that we purposely, as the Grala has in the legal submissions, haven't said that it is ultra vires. We've said it may be because we're not asking the panel to make a finding on that. And we're certainly not testing it, but that was one of the reasons for incorporating and having a holistic approach to 130 hectares, even though 41 is already zoned airport business.
Thank you.
We don't want to touch the rest of the Waipa plan or cast issues upon that.
Thank you. You've gone to the heart of my question. Thank you very much.
The key benefits of PC20, in my opinion, are the proposed structure plan will result in an urban form that is greatly improved over what would result from the operative airport business structure plan. The adoption of best practice stormwater management for the development of the northern precinct will result in a net improvement in the quality of stormwater leaving the site and entering receiving water bodies compared to the site's current rural pastoral use. The expansion of the northern precinct will result in additional job creation and employment opportunities within the region. The potential for a reduction in commuter distances through the creation of employment opportunities close to the Peacock Growth Cell and Tamahiri. This will be further supported by the promotion of a walking and cycling connection between Peacock and Northern Precinct. Including flow-on effects, it's estimated that development enabled by PC20 could generate a one-time boost in the regional GDP of $130 million, create employment for 2,210 workers, that's based on a full-time equivalent, create an annual wage salaries value of $154 million, and an annual GDP of $275 million. PC20 will expand the existing urbanised area and will enable agglomeration benefits to occur, which arise by increasing economic activities to cluster together. This clustering of economic activity can help reduce transport costs and lift the average productivity of firms. For example, the sharing of labour, specialised assets and ideas. TPL and RPL are advancing the development of an MOU/relationship agreement with mana whenua to achieve and enhance the positive and effective relationship between the applicants and mana whenua. The Section 42A report has recommended that PC20 be approved, subject to a few amendments. I endorse the recommendation and responded to the comments of the landscape reviewer in my evidence in chief. I also prepared a rebuttal statement in which I responded to the submitter's evidence. In summary, Mr. Sharman's evidence on behalf of Fire and Emergency New Zealand recommended an amendment to Rule 10.4.2.12a. Mr. Sharman's amended wording is appropriate, and so the provisions have been updated to reflect this. Ms. Andrews' evidence on behalf of the Regional Council considered that inadequate assessment had been made of PC20 against the NPS HPL, specifically in relation to alternative land release options and development capacity. My rebuttal evidence provides a commentary on why I consider it is unnecessary to widen the exploration of additional options over and above what has already been undertaken, and why I consider the assessment undertaken as part of PC20 in relation to the NPS HPL is appropriate, robust, and sufficient. Ms. Andrews' evidence also considered the applicant's assessment against App 13 Criteria B of PC1 is insufficient. My rebuttal evidence provided a further assessment of the plan change against this criterion, demonstrating that the plan change will not affect the feasibility, affordability, or deliverability of other planned growth areas. Ms. Andrews sought further clarity within the provisions for non-ancillary retail, which I have accepted in my rebuttal evidence. The provisions have been updated to reflect this. Ms. Hanson's evidence on behalf of Regional Council sought the inclusion of SIPTED principles to be introduced into the policy framework of the airport business zone. My rebuttal evidence considered that the suggested objective and policy could not be appropriately implemented within the airport business zone. Ms. Hanson's evidence also sought provision for end of journey facilities within the airport business zone. My rebuttal evidence found that the suggested provision would not likely be effective within the Northern Precinct, and that the requested relief should be supported by a Section 32AA assessment to demonstrate that the provisions are effective and efficient. Ms. Hanson's evidence recommended the provision to enable electric vehicle supply equipment within the Northern Precinct, which I have accepted. The provisions have been updated to include the provisions enabling electric vehicle supply equipment. I would note here, Commissioners, that the nuance here is that is not a requirement, it's an enabling set of provisions. So, Mr. Govinder's evidence on behalf of Hamilton City Council requested several changes to the PC20 provisions. These relate to non-ancillary retail, ancillary retail, land use, with the suggestion that the airport business zones should be strengthened to only enable high value industrial activities, the inclusion of an airside overlay, the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant, and the Faping Road shared path. My rebuttal evidence found that the requested changes are not supported by specific wording of the relief sought or a Section 32AA evaluation, making it difficult to fully understand the relief and why it's appropriate. So I would just add in there that I think the value with Section 32A is that it applies a real filter around whether plan provisions are effective and efficient, but also whether there's other means of implementing an objective. And those don't just have to be rules, right? They can be other methods. And then it steps you through a cost benefit analysis to make sure that whatever rules and methods you're proposing are actually the most suitable. That hasn't been done with the Hamilton City proposed relief. I didn't support these requests because it would be difficult to distinguish between low value industrial and high value industrial through a district plan framework, and that any approach to do so would likely be inefficient and unnecessarily complex for district plan users to distinguish. TPL and RAL are best placed to determine the land use within the Northern Precinct that adjoins the runway, and applying an overlay to airside land within the district plan would be unnecessary and ineffective. The planners and economists have agreed in the JWS that the focus of determining the extent of retail within the Northern Precinct should be whether it undermines the vitality and viability of those centres as directed by the RPS. And Mr. Colgrave has provided evidence to demonstrate that the impact of the 5,000 square metres of non-ancillary retail on nearby centres will be immaterial. In my view, it's not credible to suggest that an ancillary retail would impact either existing or planned centres when there is no evidence to suggest that this is possible or a likely scenario. It's even less credible to suggest that ancillary retail will result in the proliferation of large format retail across the Northern Precinct. This is clearly incorrect, as large format retail is already precluded by Rule 10.4.12 and would be restricted in its location and in quantum by Rules 10.4.15D and 10.4.211A. I note that there's no consistent approach to controlling ancillary retail across the country. Some district plans are extremely constraining and some are extremely enabling. The Northern Precinct needs to be serviced by appropriate wastewater infrastructure, but it would be inappropriate for a district plan to specify exactly how this should be achieved, i.e. requiring a method rather than an outcome. The PC20 provisions already enable a degree of flexibility for the route and of the shared walking and cycling pathway along Vaping Road. I noted that Vaping Road is a legal but in parts unformed road, and utilising it for a shared path is entirely consistent with its purpose. Vaping Road is the most direct, straightest and efficient route between Rains Road and Peacocks Road. PC20 is unable to require the extension or formation of the shared pathway beyond Peacocks Road because it is not possible for the Waipa District Plan to manage matters that are outside the jurisdiction of Waipa District. Mr. Crisp has provided evidence on behalf of Tabby Tiger suggesting that the need for connected thinking for development of land in and around the airport. Mr. Crisp's evidence includes an amendment to Rule 10.4.213A to include an advice note in relation to the roundabout at State Highway 21 and Rains Road. My rebuttal evidence considered that any future proofing to the Tabby Tiger land should not frustrate the development enabled by PC20 from being undertaken. I also noted my aversion to including an advice note within the district plan rule, especially when it is drafted as a de facto rule, as is being proposed by Mr. Crisp. In my opinion, this consideration is better suited to being managed by both Wakakatahi and Waipa District Council as the relevant road controlling authorities, rather than being included within the district plan rule as part of PC20. Taking all of the above into account, I consider that the commissioners have sufficient information to decide on PC20 and it's appropriate for the request to be approved. I'm happy to take any questions the commissioners may have.
Thank you, Mr. Grella. Your evidence has been comprehensive. Thank you very much. I'll probably start with my naive question first, and this is in regards to the shared pathway cycleway from Vaping Road, and perhaps there's two questions there. One is I don't quite yet understand what's the genesis of the cycleway. I understand the rationale for it, but I'm just trying to understand where's the source of the genesis of the shared pathway from joining Peacock Road down to this particular area. That's the first question. And then the second one is perhaps a question for Mr. Welsh. Is the nuances of how that is achieved something that we need to determine as a panel, or is that something that's left by those with the mandate to sort that out?
I'll answer the second question first, because I think that's the simplest one. And the flexibility built into the rule as a result of the joint witness conferencing that involved both Hamilton City and the applicants, experts, built in the ability for the cycleway to go elsewhere. So whilst there is through the dominance, a perception that there may be a preference for Vaping Road, my submission is that's simply a matter of historic situation where that was the proposed cycleway along a legal road. Hamilton City has, at a late stage in its evidence, and I can understand why, and I'm not making any criticism of it, but has disclosed that the site through which Faping Road bisects is now the proposed site for the Southern Metro plant.
Yes.
That wasn't evident from its submission or from during the conference procedure either. But in my view, it matters not, because the if that site is confirmed as in the Metro plant is consented or designated or whatever, then that's not fatal to the Plan Change 20 provision of the cycleway, because it builds in the flexibility to have an alternative access.
Yeah, it seemed odd that we would make some predetermination about where the route of that would go based on lots of things that are happening most recently and what might happen in the future. And you wouldn't want to preclude very good, reasonable options for that to happen.
Yeah.
They're constrained by what we've determined. This is the way it's going to go, and this is where it's going to be, etc.
Yeah, and I think that's very helpful, Commissioner. You'll remember my observation that this is a plan change and not a resource consent. And as we try to respond to people and provide the specificity and the certainty, there is a potential that it starts reading like a resource consent with the conditions being locked in the planning provisions. But in this regard, the flexibility is there to provide for, if it is appropriate, an alternative location.
Okay.
So I'll do my best to answer this, Commissioner Coffin. I guess it's probably a good question for Mr. Inder, but I can just give you my recollection of working with him on the plan provisions about where it came out. So just starting at a sort of higher level, the premise is you've got a residential growth cell in Peacock, just to the north. You've got a big employment business cell at the airport. You don't want to have people just driving there. So that they kind of work, they dovetail quite nicely at a regional scale. And so giving people the opportunity to have a choice about how they may get to work, so that they don't just hop in the car for 3 minutes, and drive to the Northern Precinct and park. So it's a lot more sustainable solution to have people walking and cycling. And Mr. Rinder, through his ITA, had suggested that was something that was important in order to manage the overall effects of Plan Change 20 and to try and get some good outcomes. And I suspect he just simply looked at where Peacock is, he looked at Northern Precinct, there's a direct line, there's a legal road, seems a pretty obvious choice to put a pathway. And I don't think it was anything more sort of scientific than that.
Okay, I suppose I was wondering, because you don't know what you don't know. Perhaps there was a walking and pedestrian alternative use transport options strategy of some kind that we were aware of, and that was one of the options of the strategy, or there was some sort of imperative from Waka Kotahi, if we're doing upgrade works in this area, this must happen. But it doesn't sound like that.
There's certainly lots of strategies that would do that sort of thing. And it was something that Waka Kotahi were encouraging when we met with them. And I suspect the position that they have on the plan change, that's one of the things that PC20 is doing that's positive, that they're supportive of, and that probably reflects the position they have. They were certainly happy with it. I think there is some discussion around what Southern Links might look like long term. I think it's fair to say that it would be unlikely for any roading project in 2023 just to be a road. If you look at the sort of trend, it's sort of multimodal, and you look at it corridors. So I suspect that'll come in, but it's certainly something that both Waipaha District Council and Waka Kotahi were supportive of.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No?
That was that. The other one was, I think there was going to be an opportunity for you to take us through the HPL provisions.
Sure.
That might be happening soon, maybe after further questions.
I'm happy to take you through now, sir, or later, or
Yeah.
I think Mr. Welsh took you through in his legal subs, but I'm happy to go and through the planning. If that helps. Yeah. Would you like to do it now, Mr.
Yes, please.
Just try and find it in my my evidence in chief. Sorry, sir.
Just while you're getting prepared, Mr. Growler, to answer that question, could I fire one at Mr. Inga while we've got a bit of space and to give you some time? If I was one of the gentlemen sitting along the back wall hearing all this discussion, I'd be thinking, is everything that's going to move going to require planning advice, perhaps legal advice? What percentage, I'm sure you turned your mind to it, what percentage of initiatives that people might want to make within PC area will be straightforward? Can you encourage the people sitting behind you that there will be some things that can be straightforward?
Yeah, no, we've certainly dealt with a few complex situations, but look, I think in part with the ecology, which I can speak to, the fact that Mr. Growler said that a lot of that gets dealt with up front, and that's a real benefit of this. We've got two landowners working very closely together, and I was involved in Plan Change 5, which you've heard about a little bit, which has so much more added complexity because you're dealing with so many different landowners and fragmented land ownership. At least there's an advantage of being able to deal with these issues at scale and early, so that, yes, the people behind me might have a few headaches and problems, but the people who actually come to build in the precincts hopefully won't, in the northern precinct. So, yep, I agree. Everything seems to get harder and harder, doesn't it?
Well, one of the problems with introducing flexibility always is time and expert. And so a lot of what we've been talking about, or you've been talking about, is to do with design and structure rather than affecting individual people that just want to do something, build a factory or whatever. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the way I see it. And I hope the gentleman along the back wall can find some comfort in that, because they may be tempted to think, goodness me, this is going to be so difficult.
I think we've been conscious to try and build in as much certainty as we can up front through the structure plan. And so rather than, and you know, again, the ecology provisions have evolved a lot, but the structure plan's doing a lot of that heavy lifting now compared to bumping some of those considerations and uncertainty for management plan detail and so forth. And the lighting rules are really a good example. In the notified provisions, there was a lighting management plan requirement. We've now just pulled that up front and it's embedded in the plan provision. So at least people know what they have to comply with rather than deferring to a management plan that's yet to be approved down the track. So I think, yeah, like I said, perhaps some frustration and challenges for the people behind me, but hopefully for the purchasers of lots and developers, it will have been resolved to the point that they don't have significant complications or matters to deal with.
The heavy lifting will have been done for them.
Yep.
Yeah,
correct.
Just while I've got the microphone and before we go back to...
I was just going to add something, sir, if I could just...
Same topic?
Same topic. If I can allay your concern that there are actually some things that are permitted activities within Plan Change 20, so you'll be happy with that. We've tried to just go to the Nouveau approach of just needing a consent for everything and, you know, having a criteria that deal with it. I think it's entirely appropriate for a business zone to be enabling and to have things as permitted activity. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I wasn't a fan of sort of subjective assessments coming in, because it effectively just pushes you into a need a consent for a building, and that's a whole other world of efficiency. And you know, that's where you really need a good Section 32A to really demonstrate that it's worth that. And in my view, in a business setting, it's probably not.
Just while I've got the microphone, just a comment to Mr. Williamson and his team. you're next on the list once Mr. Welsh has finished presenting the application. You may wish to divide your comments between clarification. Perhaps everything is crystal clear to you, perhaps it's just not. And then addressing whether you agree or you disagree with the proposals. It might just be helpful to be thinking about that as Mr. Welsh sort of wraps up. But anyway, Mr. Growler, going back to Commissioner's
Yeah, I was thinking maybe I should have been more helpful in terms of my question, just saying HPL, take me through it. But there's three criteria, and the two that I was most interested in you taking me through is the alternative options and the sufficient development capacity. I wasn't necessarily needing any help with the cost benefit analysis. Yeah.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Yep.
So it is, as Mr. Welsh noted yesterday, it did, I think we had lodged the plan change request and it came out on a Sunday afternoon. So the first thing to do on the Monday was to figure out what this was and how it might be applied. And so we came up with a methodology and to address it, but I get the section is the 3.6, as you pointed out, 3.61, and then there's effectively three tests is how I describe it within my evidence in chief. The third test is the cost benefit, and you've said that you understand all of that. So I'll just touch on the first one.
Set out in front of us, yes.
Yeah. So the first one, and I think it was somewhat helpful but unhelpful in that after I developed a methodology and worked with Mr. Hunt and Mr. Colgrove about how we would do it, many meetings, we developed an approach jointly, and then about 2 weeks later the MFE released some guidance. Would have been helpful to have the guidance when they released it, but nevertheless we were there. It was quite nice to know that the approach that we adopted is consistent with the guidance. I would say, as I've said in my rebuttal, that guidance is guidance, it's not de facto policy, and you've just got to be careful that you always sort of view them with different lenses. But the guidance does sort of talk about this tension, and I think Mr. Ingers talked about it before, that you have some national policy statements that are trying to enable urban development, and then you have some policy statements that are eventually going to constrain how it might happen. So you've got the NPS from UD that says councils have to be responsive, they have to plan for growth, they have to have a forward view, you have to enable development, and that development has to be well functioning. That's the overall objective. And so I think what the first test, which is the providing capacity, it's trying to say that, look, you really shouldn't be rezoning this productive land until you need it. And so it's trying to connect and trying to filter out, does this land actually need to be rezoned now, or can it be done later? And so the assessment that Mr. Colgrave's done is saying that clearly there's the HPA, but then all of his evidence suggests that everything's actually a lot more constrained than it would appear on the face of it. And he's demonstrated that the northern precincts needed to meet the short, medium and long-term demand. So that's the first test. You just have to, it applies a filter and some rigor that, it's not just an idea that someone's floating. And if you're going to rezone productive land to urban, it has to be because there's a need to do it. And then there's that overarching, which is the next one, which is, again, connecting the MPSUD with what the HPL is trying to do is, okay, once you establish that it's needed, this is effectively a mini Section 32A assessment or Section 32 assessment when I started thinking about it. And that the first one's demonstrating the need, that it's there. And then the second one is thinking effectively, like, have you thought about this thoroughly? And are there some better options for doing this at a kind of wider scale? Does it need to be on this rural land, or can it be done better elsewhere while still making sure that you've got a well-functioning environment? And I think so the approach that I've taken there is that looking at a sort of sense of, okay, well, where are the growth cells within Waipa? If you're trying to do a comparative assessment, you're not looking at the zoned land, you're looking at, okay, well, if those are going to ever get expanded, because that's sort of comparing apples with Northern Precinct, where would they logically go? And then you're trying to demonstrate that, what's the rural productive capacity of that land? Is it better? Is it worse? Is it, where does it fit? But then also trying to understand, do you still achieve a well-functioning urban environment? You can go anywhere in the district and find some really, really low classification land, but they might not necessarily result in a well-functioning environment. They might be quite disconnected, have terrible transport connections, have no infrastructure. Just because they're LUC5 land doesn't mean that it's suitable for them to be a business zone, and it certainly wouldn't achieve a well-functioning urban environment. So that, in my view, is sort of what that test is trying to do. I talk about it in my rebuttal that it's not, the guidance says you've got to do it, but it's not exhaustive, right? You don't have to look at every other part of the district, and the guidance, and it's, I certainly don't think you have to start going really far afield into other far-flung parts of the region to seeing if there's other suitable alternatives. I think I've done three of them as an alternative. There's Frankton, there's Hautapu, and then there's one in Te Awamutu. One point just to make as a clarification is you can't do one in Hamilton City because Hamilton City is a city, doesn't have any rural zones. So one of the submitters has made a point that I should look at Hamilton City. I can't do that. So really you're just looking at Waipa, and then it's, do you really want to start going further afield to Waikato districts? But in my view, I think that's unnecessary. So that's the alternatives. But in order to do that, I've relied on this, the advice from Mr. Hunt as the agricultural expert. He's looked at all the different classifications. He's taken you through that this morning, and then ultimately from Mr. Colgrave as well to feed into it. So it was quite a process. I mean, it's interesting to do it, but it's quite a, once you sort of chunk it down into those three things, it's pretty straightforward what it's asking you to do. And it is very similar to a Section 32 evaluation. Hopefully that's helped. Yeah.
Thank you. It was just really understanding what was the thinking and the rationale and which evidence you relied on. So that's quite clear to me. And let's use the word again. That was very straightforward. So thank you very much. Yeah. Okay.
Now, Mr. Welsh, the case for the applicant, we've heard multiplicity of witnesses and we think we understand the basis for your case, but it's your opportunity now to wrap up the proposal for the applicant.
Sure. Well, I won't be doing my closing now, sir, because for two reasons. One, I'm not a fan of doing a very short form, as much as you might have liked it yesterday, a very short form opening submissions to try and gain some competitive advantages against my friends. I think you should get all the matters that are in contention and issues in the framework on the table. And that's what I tried to achieve with my opening. Secondly, I haven't heard any of the submitters' cases yet and haven't seen any of the legal submissions. And indeed, sir, there is still Ms. Hammond from Forester Bird appearing, who has not filed evidence that I'm aware of. So I'm not in a position to say that the evidence for the applicant is finished. The pre-filed evidence has been presented to you now, but it may prove, and I hope it's not, but it may prove necessary to reply to evidence that I haven't yet seen, or matters that arise from the submitted cases from this afternoon and the officer's report from this afternoon and tomorrow. So, sir, I intend to address you on Friday in terms of a pathway forward, in terms of a written closing. My preference isn't to try and assemble all the various post-it notes that I have in front of me and try and give you a coherent closing then. I'd prefer to make an informed and comprehensive closing if that's needed, but we can address matters that are still outstanding orally. So, sir, that's a very long way of saying this. At the moment, this is our case, but we might see you again at the end of the process, sir.
Which I think is entirely appropriate for a private plan change process. And I haven't spoken with my colleague, but we'd be quite happy to receive verbal and then followed up by written right of reply, would we not? Do we know if Finn's are coming to that?
My understanding is Forest and Bird will be here tomorrow to make submissions.
And Finn's and
Yeah, they're down in as Ms Hammond into planning evidence. And my concern, sir, and I can foreshadow that I will just register an objection. But of course, it's over to the panel as to what they do with that objection. But I just observed that your minute was very prompt and was issued on the 12th of December last year with a direction to file any expert evidence by the 7th of March. I haven't seen any memorandum to you seeking an extension to that. Certainly our rebuttal period has passed. Ms Embling is getting the microphone, she might update me, but I am none the wiser as to what's happening, and that's unfortunate.
There was an email to the council just clarifying that they'll be presenting legal submissions but not evidence.
right. My view, sir, anyway, is that we need to be flexible in the way that we handle this application for plan change. It's not like a resource consent, and we have a great deal of flexibility under the Act as to how we handle the process. We can't handle everything, but we can certainly we together can handle the process. And my assurance is to you that we'll be very happy to hear verbally from you in reply on Friday, but then if you wish, follow that up with written right of reply, and we would adjourn the hearing accordingly.
Yes, thank you, sir. I certainly wasn't going to put any money on the success of my objection because I anticipated that would be your response, and rightfully so. But it's incumbent, if they were purporting to present evidence, just to register that, and the prejudice on my client can be dealt with in the manner you have suggested. So, but as it appears, it's an academic discussion anyway.
Yeah.
So thank you, sir.
So at this stage, is there any further evidence or any sort of submissions you wish to make, or will you just leave the table as it is with the right to come back to us if the need arises?
Yes, sir, that's how I intend. I don't think there's anything that I can usefully say in terms of a foreshadowing of my closing. I think it would just be repetitive from what I said in the opening. You've heard from 15 witnesses, and let's not forget there were another 3 that were taken as read and you didn't require their attendance. So you have a vast and very extensive set of expert evidence and client evidence before you, and I'm content to leave it there for the time being. Listen intently to the council and the submitters, and assess as to how we proceed once I have heard that.
Perfectly acceptable. Now, just one.
Just to say that we've received a couple of bits of paper, and one is the publication of the bats and urbanising landscapes, so that's greatly received. And then the other one is the little A4 with that was my request yesterday, and that's really helpful, and just a confirmation that that's information that we already have, that's just been put together on one sheet.
Yeah, I probably would have been more useful for that one sheet to be A3, and that's not a criticism of the Madam Secretary at all. And your comment, sir, in terms of your request was perfect in terms of requesting that. One does get lost when you're looking at about an 80-page transportation statement of evidence late at night, that you can skip over some figures and not think, are we showing where all these locations are?
I'm grateful for the roundabouts are in the right place.
Yes.
Certainly, because some of the maps we had, I was looking for north, and you normally assume north is up, but sometimes north was westward and north was eastward. So this is really helpful. Thank you.
It took me quite a while, sir, in terms of this being the northern precinct. It doesn't necessarily mean it is to the north. It depends where you're standing, and in large part, if you're thinking of being outside the terminal, it's to the west. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can you get A3 copies down?
As I say, I was not
No.
raising an issue.
It's fine. Yeah.
Now, in terms of procedure, Ms. Embling, I wonder whether a 5 or 10-minute break might be helpful to you and Mr. Williamson at this stage, or are you ready to proceed? Ready to proceed? Right, well, the floor is yours.
Copies on. Just while she's bringing those round, I do have 2 people here present, but we've also got 2 who are going to join via Zoom. So I think we'll do it in that order and have our Zoom people.
We look to you to direct the traffic.
So my intention is really to cover some big picture issues that are important from council's perspective. It's not my intention to delve into the detail that the applicant has dealt with. So just by way of introduction, these legal submissions are submitted on behalf of Waipa District Council in respect of private plan change 20. The topics that I'm going to address are the scope of the plan change and the role of the hearing panel, the evaluation of the plan change under the NPS, UD and HPL, the relevance of future development in the vicinity of plan change 20, the level of detail required to be included in the plan change, and a couple of matters raised during the hearing. And there are a number of these matters which have been covered quite recently in this hearing. So I have pre-prepared these submissions. So the extent to which they cover those issues is going to be quite interesting. So just in terms of the scope, and this is really just by way of clarification, Plan Change 20 is of course a private plan change which seeks to amend the operative Waipa District Plan to firstly rezone approximately 89 hectares of land to the north of the current airport business zone from rural to airport business. And I do refer to that rezoning separately because it's that rezoning that's relevant when we get to the NPS, UD and HPL, not the section that is already airport business zone. So the second part is to replace the current airport business zone structure plan and the rules that apply to it, which as you've heard today are in section 10 and appendix S10 of the district plan for the whole of the airport business zone, and then make consequential changes to section 15 and 21. So again, just to clarify for all parties, the hearing panel has delegated authority from council to make a decision on Plan Change 20 rather than make a recommendation to council. And as it is a private plan change, your decision will be made under clause 29.4 of Schedule 1, which I've set out there because it is slightly different to clause 10 of Schedule 1, which applies to council initiated plan changes. And in particular, clause 29 authorises the hearings panel to evaluate and make modifications to the plan change and is not limited to making decisions on submissions. So whatever changes are proposed to the plan change, you are able to make as part of this process. Plan Change 20 does not propose to rezone land outside of the current airport business zone or the proposed extension to the zone. And the hearing panel has confirmed in minute 4 that the submissions seeking rezoning of additional land are outside the scope of the plan change and accordingly aren't being considered at this hearing. So turning to the 2 national policy statements, and it's not my intention to traverse the evidence that you've heard very recently, but really just to point you to the key considerations under both of those NPS. So as I've mentioned, as the plan change seeks to extend the airport business zone into land that is currently zoned rural, there are two national policy statements that are particularly relevant to the hearing panel's assessment. The first is, of course, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development 2020. And I've set out there Policy 8 and Clause 3.88, which relates to implementation of it. And that requires regional councils to have criteria relating to development that is unanticipated or out of sequence. And as you've heard, the criteria required by Clause 3.8 have recently been included in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement by Change 1, which was publicly notified on 18 November. While submissions and further submissions have closed, hearings have not yet been held. So Change 1 includes criteria for assessment of out of sequence or unplanned development. And I've just referred to where those criteria are. As you've heard, it was notified after public notification of this plan change. And so those criteria are assessed in the addendum to the plan change provided in January. And they have been assessed also in the applicant's evidence. Council Section 42A author Nick Williamson has reviewed the assessment and agreed with its conclusions in his report. I just note also that the following policy has been proposed to be added to the Waipa District Plan by proposed Plan Change 26, which was notified on 19th of August 2022. I've set it out there, but I won't read it to you, but it essentially repeats the important aspects of the NPSUD in terms of those out of sequence or unanticipated plan changes. While both Change 1 to the RPS and Plan Change 26 to the District Plan have been recently notified and the weight given to them will be reduced accordingly, the evidence for the applicant shows that these criteria can be met by Plan Change 20. So turning then to the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. This NPS came into effect on the 17th of October, again after notification of Plan Change 20, and it is a matter now required to be given effect by the hearing panel. It only has one objective, which is highly productive land is protected for use in land-based primary production, both now and for future generations. It does anticipate that regional councils will map highly productive land, but they have about 3 years to do that. So in the meantime, Clause 3.57 provides the definition for highly productive land. So in terms of the first part of that definition, the land the subject of the proposed extension to the airport business zone is currently zoned rural, and it consists of LUC 1, 2, or 3 land. So it is highly productive land unless it falls into one of the exemptions. The exemptions have a number of definitions themselves. So the phrase identified for future urban development is defined to mean is identified in a published future development strategy, or it's identified in a strategic planning document as an area suitable for commencing urban development over the next 10 years. So a strategic planning document is any non-statutory growth plan or strategy adopted by local authority resolution. So the Future Proof Strategy 2022 does meet that definition. However, while a submission was made by Waikato Regional Airport Limited to identify the proposed extension of the Northern Precinct as part of the review of Future Proof in 2022, the Future Proof Implementation Committee did not accept the submission as it considered the suitability and timing of this land should be assessed through a plan change process. Consequently, the extension to the Northern Precinct is not reflected in the latest version of the strategy, and the exemption doesn't apply. As Plan Change 20 itself is a private plan change and was not initiated or adopted by council, the second exemption also doesn't apply. it is a bit of a chicken and egg situation. You will see that they've somehow fallen between the gaps. If this was a council initiated plan change, it wouldn't apply. If the future growth area was identified in future proof, not in the district plan, then the NPS wouldn't apply either. Consequently, and as accepted by the applicants, the proposed extension of the airport business zone must be treated as highly productive land. And the hearing panel must be satisfied that the proposed rezoning meets the criteria of clause 3.6. And I have set it out, but you've already heard from Mr. Grana today in quite some detail, so I'm not going to go through that other than to reach that conclusion that is part of your assessment. So turning to the next heading, the relevance of future development in the vicinity. So a number of submissions have sought that Plan Change 20 makes specific provision for future infrastructure and development in the vicinity of the site, where that future infrastructure or development has varying levels of certainty. In order to achieve integrated management, it is appropriate that PC20 be planned in such a way that it does not preclude these future developments taking place. However, it's not appropriate for PC20 to require positive actions to be taken where there is still significant uncertainty. And we've heard about some of these today, but in particular, while the Southern Links transport network is designated, the evidence of Waka Kotahi is that it is uncertain when the road will proceed and whether it will proceed as currently designated. Accordingly, it is appropriate for traffic effects to be considered without Southern Links while ensuring that future connections are not precluded. In the same way, the hearing panel should consider the potential visual effects of PC20 for the period prior to construction of Southern Links, regardless of whether that designation is considered to form part of the future receiving environment. Second, as no designation or planning process has commenced in respect of the proposed wastewater treatment plant, it would be premature to make assumptions regarding whether appropriate approvals will be obtained for the plant on the currently proposed site. Any indicative location for cycleway, walkway connections should therefore be based on the current land use, while ensuring that modifications can be made to the indicative location in the future, should that become necessary. And that's consistent with discussions that have been had today as well. Finally, as no private plan change or resource consent process has commenced for the Tabi Tiger land to the south of Airport Road, it would be premature to make assumptions regarding whether approvals will be obtained for urban development of this site. While traffic design in the vicinity should not preclude future development of the land, it would not be appropriate for PC20 to require design changes to the intersection to accommodate an as yet unknown future use. The level of detail required to be included in the plan change. The purpose of the current process is to confirm the appropriate zoning of the proposed extension to the northern precinct and to put in place a structure plan to guide future development of the site. However, as you've heard, future resource consents will be required, which will provide an opportunity for detailed design, servicing, and assessment of effects. The district plan currently provides for a comprehensive development plan process in advance of individual resource consents. And as you've heard again today, decisions of the Environment Court have confirmed that this process is not appropriate, as consent cannot be granted to a plan as opposed to an activity, and the status of future activities cannot be determined by the comprehensive development plan, which is a matter outside of the district plan itself. And I have referred to those cases. It's not a clear-cut situation. Of course, the provisions of the district plan are valid until they're declared to be invalid. And even where these types of arrangements, whether they be comprehensive development plans, concept plans, framework plans, as in the unitary plan, land development plans, which are still used in Hamilton City. They can be valid if in fact they grant consent to activities which might precede development, like earthworks, roading, stormwater management. Sometimes I think you'll find in the Ruakura area, for example, there's a land development plan consent which happens first, and it deals with all of those preparation type activities. And that's completely legitimate. Where it isn't is where it's actually granting consent to just a plan of things that will take place in the future. And the status of those future activities is dependent on whether that plan is granted. So it's certainly not a situation where you can immediately say that this comprehensive development plan process is ultra vires and this one isn't. It takes a lot more consideration as to what's actually involved. But this is the right opportunity to revise that process and put in place a better arrangement. There was a comment from Mr. Grala in terms of those processes not being used. Certainly they are probably used less, but there are still a lot of them in district plans because it is easier to replace them through a comprehensive process like this. It's not really possible just to withdraw them from the plan because of course there are already consents that have been granted to comprehensive development plans. And until those are fully implemented, the provisions actually need to stay in the plan. So there was just a little bit more detail in those processes. So just continuing at 5.3, as part of replacing the comprehensive development plan process, it is appropriate for the airport business zone structure plan to include some of the additional detail that would previously have been included in the comprehensive development plan. Now, I've just footnoted there that the old rule, and in fact, you can see it crossed out in red in the set of provisions, because it shows you the types of things that would have been in that later plan that do all now appear as part of the structure plan. However, while the hearing panel should be satisfied that the effects of the airport business zone can be appropriately managed and that the site can be adequately serviced, it is not necessary for the final details of those matters to be included in the structure plan at this stage. Doing so would have the effect of locking in the details in such a way that sensible modifications would be unable to take place as the development progresses over time. As a result of the changes proposed to the airport business zone structure plan, both in the notified version of PC20 and in response to submissions on it, the structure plan represents a significant improvement over the structure plan currently contained in the district plan, particularly in respect of landscaping, setbacks, transport upgrades, and the protection of peka peka. Just a couple of matters that have been raised during the hearing. First, Commissioner Coffin questioned whether it's appropriate for the district plan to refer to external documents such as codes of practice, which may be updated. That's specifically addressed in Part 3 of Schedule 1 of the Act. However, while standards, requirements or recommended practices of international or national organisations or technical material may be included in the district plan by reference, they can only be updated by a variation or a change to the district plan. But I agree in this instance that the code of practice that's being referred to is appropriately included. Commissioner Coffin also queried whether a significant natural area could be identified as part of PC20. The regional policy statement and the district plan have processes for identifying and scheduling SNAs, which have not formed part of the preparation of this plan change. In addition, the rules applying to SNAs seek to restrict certain activities, such as removal of Indigenous vegetation, but the rules are unable to require positive actions to be taken by a landowner. Consequently, I agree with the applicant that the bat habitat area proposed in PC20 provides better protection for peka peka than scheduling an SNA on the site would. So we have circulated, as you know, a 42A report from Nick Williamson and reports in respect of transport, three waters and landscape. I wasn't proposing to ask those witnesses to provide a summary of their evidence because things have moved on through the evidence exchange that's taken place, but I was proposing to ask them each to provide an update of their evidence, if that's acceptable. Otherwise, I'm happy to take questions before I hand over to them.
Well, it's very helpful, thank you. I do note that on the pre-circulated schedule for the hearing, we have at 3 p.m. on Friday, the section 42A update as well. So this is not your last chance, but it's certainly an appropriate chance to comment on the application as presented to date, and particularly highlighting where you may wish to add or amend what was pre-circulated.
Thanks. I'll ask Nick Williamson to go first then.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, certainly that would be my approach, as you suggested. So won't be presenting anything sort of written, but I think it's appropriate just to summarise a bit of an overview of my Section 42A reporting approach and the sort of the planning sort of philosophy I had at the forefront of my mind through this process of this one. I'll then go through some sort of specifics of the recommendations and the reports and the whys, and then comment regarding the recommendations, just so that you've got the full picture ahead of the submitters presenting from later on this afternoon. So starting just with the RMA philosophy that I have taken. As you've heard and will have read, this is an area of the region which is very dynamic and is going through a great deal of change. There are some significant projects which are in various stages of certainty, I suppose, which meant that we're very much in a situation where there's a big standoff in which goes first, and the sequence in which it happens is going to have some flow-on effects for all of those projects. So with that in mind, my philosophy usually is in the face of high levels of change and uncertainty, is to lean on the policy framework as the main driver of certainty and leave as much flexibility as you can through the rules and other methods. So, the approach that I've fed back to the applicant, and as they said, that there was a soft lodgement of the application and revisions earlier. If there was to be any deal breakers, then those ought to be appearing in the objectives and policy framework, and the detail can be worked through various sort of rules or developer agreements and other such. So that's just the sort of general approach that I had, specifically to respond to the point you made, Commissioner, that there needs to be something that you can do on the site without triggering everything. So. And you'll be familiar that this philosophy that I've had is one that I've tested in the Whangarei district, and you'll be familiar with that. That was the approach that I took there as well. So just in that sort of context, and as you know, the Section 42A report, the sequence of evidence sort of submission, it's relatively early in the process, and there's been a heck of a lot of words received since I wrote it. So the approach that I took for the compilation of the 42A report is in the timing of things. We had the expert caucusing where we could ahead of the Section 42A report. So that was all sort of done and dusted. 42A report, then the evidence submitted sort of sequentially from there. So where the proposed wording of the Private Plan Change 20 was clear, and where I felt that the submissions and the evidence sort of trail had sort of run its course and it was unlikely to receive sort of much more, I had made sort of decisions, and in those cases I will make recommendations as to accept or reject. And it says in my report suggested changes nil. It's because the red text version at the time I was satisfied with. There were some areas where my report says subject to Appendix 1, and I know I caused Mr. Growler a sleepless night trying to play spot the difference, but Appendix 1 was very similar to the red track version, to the point that it was almost identical, or the blue track version at the time. Now, the reason I did that is because that version was tabled during the expert caucusing as opposed to being formally sort of submitted. So just in terms of, and some of that was without prejudice, and some of those topics were still the subject of ongoing dialogue and the provision of further information. So the second traffic caucusing, for example, was held 2 days before the 42A report. So there was insufficient time to be able to incorporate those. So I refer to Appendix 1, which was as I say, the caucusing version, just to lock in as at the 42A report. That was where the version at that time, just because version control. So that and some of the other ones in there where I have had our technical reports, so that's in relation to landscape, wastewater and transport, where their technical reports had suggested some changes. I signaled those. So there's a recommendation that, the provisions be amended to this effect, rather than actually putting in particular track changes. Because some of those were the subject of sort of ongoing communication between the experts, and final positions hadn't been achieved at that time, specifically wastewater and for developers agreements and things. So you would have seen that there's ongoing discussions around those. So that was why some of those recommendations were, suggestive rather than having a specific track change, and that's the rationale, and this is why they said that. Conscious that the applicant's evidence would follow my Section 42A report, so I was very much handing over and signalling to the applicant, have a think about these provisions, ought to be thought about for those. Mr. Growler's then evidence and the other experts had their evidence in chief and responded to those. As I say, they weren't necessarily matters that need to go into the plan change. Some of those may well be methods outside of the plan change. And so I have left it for the applicants to respond to those through their evidence in chief, and for the submitters to respond and the rebuttal evidence to be received. So that's deliberately left it hanging at the time that the 42A report had gone out. Now, so that's where we're at today, and I'll go through and summarize my position on those in a moment. So what we have for you today, though, is that all of those experts are present and available to be able to respond to questions around their technical matters, and if any questions you may have regarding their reports which are appended. They have all sat through and listened to the applicant's experts in relation to those specific areas, so can respond to any questions you have about those, and they'll be looking at it from their technical expertise. On balance, though, I'm looking at the Section 42, and my recommendations are, on balance, weighing up a number of the technical matters. So my position is my personal position. Now, just in relation to the specific recommendations, and I know that some of the submitters have this question whether or not the report specifically covers particular relief that they had sought in their original submission.
One of the challenges on reporting on this topic is, I mean, it's not uncommon, is for a lot of the submitters to have overlapping topics and overlapping relief, and during the fullness of caucusing and evidence, revisions are made, and having the direct paper trail about who asked for what word to be changed, it evolves and it moves on from there. So the approach that I have taken is, where a submitter has asked for relief and they either attended caucusing or were referring to provisions that the applicant's team have subsequently revised and made changes to, I have either recommended accept or accept in part that point of submission, because that's obviously where the scope is derived from for the track changes from Mr. Grower. And where there is no proposals to change or disregard that relief, I've said that those points of submission are rejected. So that's just been based on my understanding of the submitter's position at the time that I wrote that report. And of course, again, the evidence has come through, may well have changed. So my reason for saying that is it may well be prudent when you hear from each of the submitters to, clarify or point to my sort of recommendation, just clarify that, has that covered off all of the relief sought, or do they withdraw the relief sought, or otherwise dynamic situation, but just so we don't miss any, point of submission which we fell through the gaps. Otherwise, checking my notes that I haven't missed anything further. So I guess, from my my response to some of the technical matters that have been raised so far, and I guess just sort of dwelling on the question you asked around, what are the consent triggers and is there anything permitted? One of the points I guess I can note, and Mr. Inger even sort of alluded to this, in a situation where there's lots of landowners and a plan change and there's a whole lot of rules and you're trying to provide that certainty through regulation and rules, that's every bit on their own terms. This particular case is a bit different because you've essentially got two landowners presently, and I'm conscious that there's quite a few provisions that trigger quite a bit of work, upon the first resource consent or the first subdivision, which might be just a staging or cutting off the showroom or something, and next thing everything's triggered. What I'm conscious of is that there is always the ability for the applicant to apply for consent, for a multiple. So stage one, you might apply for a global consent, for example, to deal with something that can be dealt with and dispensed, so that each individual owner isn't triggered or each particular building. So I just I've signaled that through caucusing and so on as a way in which it doesn't have to be overloaded with words or rules and triggers. So that's just the approach that I've sort of taken. But otherwise, confirming from what you said here, there's one other matter in terms of this 42A report, other than the general comments I've made. At paragraph 7.5.7, which is on page 17, I've made reference to the application of the NPS HPL about this possible future growth area. And you've heard from two greater legal minds than mine that said the opposite of what I have said. So I'm happy for you to put a line through paragraph 757 and defer to Mr. Welsh and Ms. Emling. Otherwise, if there's questions that you have of me from a planning context, otherwise what we would then suggest is we would have Ms. Scrimmager talking Three Waters is here present, and then we have our landscape architect Angela Brown on the line, and James Tinnan Morgan is available after 3 p.m, which is now.
Any questions at this stage?
No, I didn't have any questions at this stage.
if I could just share what's on my mind and invite Mr. Welsh and Ms. Embling to consider and come back at the appropriate time, not immediately, how we go about dealing what is a very complex set of proposals and suite of, no, it's not a suite, it's a raft of expert evidence. Normal hearing procedure would suggest that we hear everybody out, the applicant has a right of reply, we go away and make decisions. The chance of our getting it wrong is quite high. So what, let me say something else too. Having read the evidence, I don't see any person or submitter inviting us to scuttle PC20. So inevitably, we are called upon to make decisions as to how to implement PPC20. And as I've mentioned before, we have a great deal of flexibility on the Act as to how we conduct these hearings and proceed to decisions. However, we need to follow natural justice and not infringe on anybody's rights. But what I put to you for your consideration as legal counsel advising us, two things. Firstly, that we adjourn the hearing at the close of business tomorrow, and we invite a right of reply, but we leave open the opportunity for us as a panel to consult or recall or seek such as advice as we deem necessary. That's point number one. Point number two is how we integrate our decisions into the existing planning instruments. And we're talking about the WIPA planning instruments. We can't do anything about the cascade above us. But it would be my desire that we do that as appropriately as possible. And I foresee the likelihood that we will need some interaction to ensure that we end up with the best result. So it's those 2 points that I'm thinking, particularly from a legal point of view. We don't want to go and give somebody grounds for a judicial review, for example. We want to do it right. We want to do it according to fair process. We want to follow natural justice. We want to stay within the confines of the RMA. But within those limitations which are incumbent upon us, I would be asking for your submissions as to the degree of latitude that we have to follow that process for the best outcomes for as many people as possible. Having said that, it's just gone 3 o'clock, and I suggest that I leave those 2 points with you legal people to contemplate and come back when you're ready. And when we come back, we will hear from, I think, Ms. Scrimger, is it? Are there any procedural matters at this point that we need to consider before we break for the afternoon adjournment? Mem Administrator, do we know if fins are coming in Wakakota?
They are available earlier. Here in the room.
Aha. So, Ms. Embling, we'll hear from Ms. Scrimger. And
Further witnesses after that that are attending via Zoom.
you'd like to call them after Ms. Scrimger, yes? Okay. So we may be a little while before we get to Fens and Wakakotahi, but it is our intention, I'm sure, to accommodate you this afternoon. So I will leave you with those thoughts from the chair to contemplate, and we'll stand adjourned for 3:25. Suitable? By that clock, not the real clock. Coordinator. We stand adjourned. Thank you all for your reconvened. Ms. Embling, are we going to hear from Ms. Scrimger now, or are there other things that you or Mr. Welsh wish to address us on?
Well, I will just report back briefly. We have had an initial discussion, but what I would suggest is that we wait until we've heard from the submitters tomorrow. We will have our witnesses available. The applicant's witnesses will be available tomorrow. So if there are further questions that arise after hearing from the submitters, they may well be able to be dealt with as part of tomorrow's program, and then perhaps we'll just revisit where things are at at the conclusion of the submitters.
Sounds ideal.
Look, I'd concur with my friend that reflects our discussion. Thank you for your preliminary views. We'll reflect on them, but I think it's very important for the hearing to continue on its course, to hear from all the submitters, and for us to circle back and address the panel as the applicant before we adjourn, sir. But I don't think I can take it any further at the moment. But thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to air it so you had plenty of time to think about it between now and Friday afternoon. So thank you for that. So the floor is yours again.
Thank you. Yes, I will ask Claire Scrimger to go next, and I'll just ask her if she would like to update her report too that was circulated with the 42A.
So there's just a few clarifications, particularly regarding some of Mr. King's responses to the Commissioner's questions yesterday. And it's more clarification and a commentary on a couple of those. One was around the tanker movements for the short-term option for the wastewater of tankering to Cambridge Wastewater Treatment Plant, and just that I agree that the tanker movements are likely to be very limited, 1 or 2 a week. But this is quite dependent on the type of industries that locate on the site, and the commentary around, it is dry industry that this plan change is dealing with. And yeah, that some commentary was provided around there are ways that can be dealt with further down the process around trying to restrict how much water is used and wastewater is generated. There was some comments around the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant, the proposed Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant site. Although my understanding is, although there is a site that's been purchased that may be suitable for this purpose, there is still a site selection process underway. There are still a number of sites being evaluated for that purpose, and obviously that will need to go through a designation and consenting process for the discharge. So a long way to go, but as part of that project, there will be some thought put into the long-term servicing requirements for the wider area, not just the private plan change 20 area. So that will be required for that new plant to go ahead, some thought through that process. The detailed design of the networks will need to sort of consider the ultimate transfer to the new Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant, but I expect that would be covered in the next design phase and cost sharing through the developer agreement. There was commentary on resilience aspects, particularly for stormwater, and yeah, it is really appropriate for that to be considered further in the next stage of the detailed design process. Certainly there will be some learnings from recent events on the stormwater space, which should be taken into account. I think those were the main. Yeah, and obviously low impact design is covered in the proposed servicing for the site. Yep, and that's all I had as further clarifications, comments.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't have any questions in regards to your report, and just picking up on the the questions and the discussion I'd had with Mr. King just around the sort of the initial, when in a scenario where there wasn't a reticulated wastewater, the proposal in front of us is for an on-site effluent storage and discharge. And Mr. King was confident that there was enough land available for that to occur. And I was trying to think of what would be the scenario in terms of capacity required on site. And he mentioned that, it was probably, if there was a 35 cubic metre or 50 cubic metre tank, I haven't looked at the tankers, I'm not quite sure what size they have, how many of those a day or a week, and he said, maybe one or two. So you've confirmed that for me, but I just wonder, casting out and a scenario where there isn't a wastewater treatment plant reticulation in the next decade, perhaps. And I've got in my head there's 1,000 cubic metre storage. I can't remember exactly which report I've got that in the evidence, but that's in my head. And I was thinking that's potentially 20 trucks a day if it was 1,000 cubic metres of wastewater being produced on the site. Does that sound right, or is it just, am I hypothecating about a scenario that doesn't necessarily exist?
That would probably be the very upper end of the whole airport zone, including the current development.
It's a worst case scenario number.
Yes, yeah. The current sort of generation rate for the types of industries that are in the existing developed zones are much, much lower than that. And for those sorts of flows, you really would need a pretty sophisticated plant with potentially a river discharge rather than a to land. But you could do a disposal to land. It just will need quite a bit of further investigation, particularly the soils, before confirming. I think Mr. King talked about 1 hectare.
Yes.
I think that's probably on the optimistic side. With my experience of the soils in this area, you can get a very good pocket of soils. So I think, but that will be something that the property owners will go through fairly early on, identifying which soils might be suitable for that. And it may be on an adjacent site potentially.
Okay.
But the actual network itself would still be configured, would still need to be designed in its entirety. So there still would be collected, all the individual discharges would be connected together. So there still would be a network as such. It would just go to an on-site plant. And who owns that is another matter for further.
And who pays
later,
for it?
later.
Thank you.
Mr. Welsh, do you or any of your experts wish clarification from Ms. Grimger?
No, I thought that what she had to say was very helpful for the panel, and we've taken notes from Mr. King. But no, thank you for the opportunity, however, sir.
Thank you very much. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Very clear.
We might have James Tinian Morgan available on Zoom. We've got, yep.
Afternoon.
Welcome to the hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Add any updates to your report since it was circulated with the 42A report?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the time. There's probably just 2 or 3 possible considerations I felt that the commissioners may wish to take account of. The first, I guess, is a discussion that I think Mr. Tyndall and the applicants would want to discuss further, and that's in regard to the Ingram Road intersection. It's referred to in Table 1 of the ITA, which was highlighted as intersection 7, as being required to be upgraded or permitted to be a left-in, left-out, and be the purpose of Wakakatahi or Waipa District Council to actually propose those changes and upgrades. But I believe that on behalf of Waipa, that was part of a decision or a consent as part of the Western Precinct. So it's relatively minor, and I think that Mr. Tyndall will cover it in his further submission, but I think that might be something that we may wish to discuss. There was only 3 other very small minor matters that I wanted to mention. The first being obviously there has been discussion through Mr. Inder's summary of evidence yesterday around the triggers associated with the intersection upgrades. And obviously one of the things there, I think, is the need for a monitoring and management regime to ensure that when we see those traffic volumes getting to the point where we will require those intersection upgrades, obviously there are a number of those that were proposed and will need to be in place prior to the opening of the Northern Precinct. Obviously chiefly being the State Highway 3, State Highway 21 roundabouts. The second point really was around the southern links, again referenced by Mr. Inder in his evidence yesterday. He did refer to a form and function review being done by Wakakatahi, but certainly I would probably promote that the longevity and or the time taken for that designation to not be taken up is probably meaning that the future for that particular piece of infrastructure is exceedingly unclear. And so really, I think it's somewhat of a red herring in regard to any need or want to access that future infrastructure, particularly as there is no form and function presently. And then finally, just to suggest that obviously as part of any future reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled and any response to the emissions reduction plan, there is a transport PBC that's been completed as part of the future proof, for which Waipa and Wakakatahi and Hamilton City Council, for example, are part of. And that does look to a longer term public transport future for access through this site or accessing of this site and through to the airport for public transport, walk and cycle commitments. So it was really just to ensure that as part of the consent process, that was just covered as well.
Thank you, Mr. I better get the name right, Tinian Morgan. I just want to clarify which intersection were you just talking about? You said the Ingram Road intersection, and I just want to make sure I've got the right one.
Yes, so it's the State Highway 3 Ingram Road.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Williamson's pointing it out for me. I've got the right one.
That's right. Perfect. Thank you.
And you said the PBC strategy. What's the PBC stand for?
Sorry, it's a program business case. So it was part of the Metro Spatial Plan completed under the Future Proof banner. And so yeah, it's basically a long-term 50-year proposal for public transport walk cycle changes to Hamilton and the Waikato. Yeah.
And what's the date for that arrival? Not next week, I assume.
No, certainly not. No, I believe that the discussions with Wakakatahi of late is still looking at an accelerated program to have that in place, or at least the changes to begin within 3 years, and then major infrastructure changes within 10. So that would give us about a 2033 timeframe.
Thank you.
I understand that you have been involved in expert conferencing, and thank you for that. I'm sure it's been very helpful to us as a panel.
Indeed.
But Mr. Welsh, anyone from your team would seek any clarification of this?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, just in respect of your reference to the expert conferencing, in the second transport joint witness statement, at paragraph 315, the participants at that did discuss State Highway 3 and Ingham Road, and Mr. Tyndall acknowledged his confirmation and agrees that nothing further on the State Highway 3 Ingham Road intersection needs to be considered as part of Plan Change 20. And so I just wanted to bring the panel back to that in light of the further information you've got. The joint witness statement addresses that issue, and I just thought it should be clarified. And Mr. Grala has just confirmed that he was a participant at the joint witness process, but has just observed to me that that intersection is not on this plan change. It's not within scope in his view.
So, Mr. Tinian Morgan, you can confirm that to be true and correct?
I can. I think that I'll probably ask Mr. Tyndall to address that as part of his submissions later. I guess the consideration was that although this was outside of the PPC 20 submission or the PC 20 submissions, it was only recently outlined that obviously that was part of a previous consent as part of the Western Precinct works, and that obviously there was a part in my evidence which was 5.6.2 in my own evidence, that I did refer to the requirement of that left in, left out. That was not part of any kind of long or detailed discussion as part of the JWS, pardon me. But obviously I just wanted to highlight it. It's a discussion really for Waka Kotahi.
Well, Mr. Tyndall is present, so we'll hear from him shortly.
Cool.
Back to you, Ms. Embley.
James, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further from you? No.
And our final witness is Angela Brown, who's prepared the landscape report with the 42A. Do we still have Angela?
Hi, yes, sorry.
Welcome to the hearing.
Thank you. Yes, so my name's Angela Brown and I undertook the landscape assessment review. So I won't re-go over my evidence that was submitted, as my position hasn't changed. I guess the only thing that I wanted to reiterate now before we open to questions is my concern around the wording in the proposed conditions. Well, sorry, not conditions. I've just find where it is. Yeah, so in the rules in the Northern Precinct, there's two rules, 10.4.2.6.A and B, that I just concerned that the wording is a little unclear and ambiguous at the moment and not going to provide the level of screening that we're hoping to achieve. So the current ruling is that the site boundaries to on the planning map shall be landscaped to a minimum depth of 5 metres, except for any required access or egress points. And the new rules for the Northern Precinct introduce in Part B of that the location and spacing of specimen trees shall be such that at least 50% of the boundary extent shall be screened. And my concern is that if we're only achieving 50% screening to the boundaries, then that isn't going to be sufficient to provide a good landscape buffer to the surrounding neighbourhood context. So yeah, I would like to see that reworded or removed potentially because it wasn't in there before. And my other point around that, those rules for that Northern Precinct landscaping is that Ms. Jack has recommended a height of minimum height of 4 metres for specimen trees in the landscape strip, which I think that was a good thing to add in terms of putting in a minimum height, which there wasn't previously. But I would like to see that increased to 8 metres minimum, just because the built form can be up to 20 metres. But I think, yeah, so if we have that in combination with the 15-metre building setback, I think that starts to really provide a decent buffer between the existing neighbourhoods. And that's definitely something that's been raised in the submissions, the concern around a lack of green belt. So yeah,
Sorry, I missed the reference, the first one that you gave. Could you repeat it? Sorry.
So it's 10.4.2.6A and then sub point A and B. So it's those two points in there.
Thank you for that.
Perhaps it's a point of clarification for the applicant, because the way I read it is, and I'm looking at the master plan, the site boundary includes the eastern and southern boundaries of the property, which are immediately adjacent to the airport. And so my rough calculation is that about half of it is on that side and half is on the other side, and therefore that's where the 50% comes from. But that's I'm getting a nod. No, that's not it. So some clarification in that regard would be helpful.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue, because I sort of had the same debate with someone at my office, and we both took different meanings from the rule. So I think there's just not enough clarity. And as I'm sort of reading it, it's saying 50% of the boundary needs to be screened, whereas ideally I would like to see that number a lot higher.
I can respond, sir, if you want some clarification. So the rule, so I guess just to know that I worked with Ms. Jack on this rule. So she's had input into it, but then obviously I've sort of put a planning lens on it as well. So the first point is that the rule needs to be read with the structure plan. So the structure plan helpfully has a yellow and green line on the boundaries of where it applies. So the idea is that you read the rule with the structure plan, that gives you the spatial extent to which it applies. Then the other, there's sort of two nuanced approaches here. So there's, and Ms. Jack covered it in her statement yesterday, and that there's some section of the Northern Precinct where there's effectively a road forms part of the boundary. So where Northern Precinct joins up to a road, that road provides you with additional separation before you get to the nearest rural zone. And then there's other parts primarily around the northern part of the RPL site where it directly abuts a rural zone. So there's a different approach. So effectively there's two different nuanced approaches to reflect boundaries. Also, just picking up on your comment that that PC20 doesn't propose any landscape screening along the airside boundary. And then, as I understand it, what the objective that Ms. Jack was trying to achieve, which is something I support, is not to have a starting point where you just don't see buildings. So that, again, I guess that's the starting point, is not trying to not see the buildings or hide them or disguise them. What we're trying to do is to integrate that into a boundary. I think from a planning premise, I'm not one who's generally in favour of trying to have some sort of melded edge between rural and urban. I don't think from a starting point that you need to have a sort of a buffer. It's sort of, I think it's actually even a good form to have a hard edge between rural and urban, but you do need to make sure that you still maintain some sort of amenity for those rural users. So the starting point isn't to hide the buildings, it's to integrate it. And so what Ms. Jack's done, as I understand it, is picking up a lot of the tenants and the businesses that go in here. They might pick that location because they still want some sort of frontage to a road. So bearing in mind that all the access from Northern Precinct is somewhat internal. So we're with the transport provisions, you're only allowed to get access to the spine road, and we're not allowing direct access onto either middle, narrows or rains. So the idea is to give some level of visibility to businesses that might want to build next to it, but that there's a softening there. So the idea is that you have to have 50% of the landscape of the boundary planted, but that could either be, if it's, say for argument's sake, 100 metres long, you might plant out 50 metres of it, or you might do sections of it, because it's going to go hand in hand with where the built form is, bearing in mind that not all of the site is generally got a building on it. So just to sort of explain it, might help.
And through you, Mr. Chair, just by way of point of clarification, Mr. Grala is correct in terms of reading the rule 10426 and 6A in the context of the structure plan, because rule 10426 directs you to that, and then under 6A you're coming back to the application of the rule of 10426, which has directed you to the structure plan. Second point of clarification is that Ms. Brown indicated that these provisions are new. New is a term that could lead to some ambiguity. That's new in the sense that it was part of the notified plan change, but it's not new as in one of the changes since the plan change was notified. And thirdly, I just note that the issue around the minimum height of the trees of 4 metres or Ms Brown's recommendation of 8 metres is addressed in our rebuttal of Ms Brown's report and recommendation as by Ms Jack and Mr Grala, and does comment around the introduction of trees of that size and the unintended consequences vis-a-vis trees 8 metres high adjacent or near to an operational airport. And Mr Langley can comment on that tomorrow on behalf of RAL. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mrs Embling. Anything further from Ms Brown?
No, unless there's any further questions for me. That was my main point that I still thought was outstanding.
I have no questions. Thank you very much. And thank you for participating in the expert conferencing.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all from the council at the moment, is it? Right. Thank you for that. So now we have fire and emergency. Would you like to come and sit a little closer? You're a long way away there. And if you could both use the microphones, because there are people listening in other places. Mr. Tyndall, feel free to join us if you wish, when you wish. When you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, and good afternoon, everybody. My name's Craig Sharman. I'm here on behalf of Fire and Emergency New Zealand, and I've got with me Mr. Blair Kiley, who is a Fire and Emergency New Zealand staff member. And so there is a statement of evidence from myself dated 7 March, which I gather will be with you, Commissioners, and that introduces who I am. Sections 1 to 4, and also that I agree to comply with the Code of Conduct. And do you want me to go through any of that in detail? Or?
You can take that as read, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on behalf of Fire and Emergency New Zealand, a submission was prepared on the private plan change, and it really had quite a simple focus to it, which was around firefighting, water supply, and there's a description, really, I suppose, of a process that's been conducted at paragraph 26 in my statement, where the Fire and Emergency team met with the plan change proponent team and had discussions around a rule or a variation to a rule that was first proposed in the Fire and Emergency New Zealand submission. And then through those direct discussions, there's been an agreement reached. So we don't have too much to say today, other than really to answer questions and to support where we got to. So in Mr. Grala's rebuttal at paragraphs 5 to 7, there's a description of kind of where those discussions got to. And we fully endorse the outcome that's been reached and agree with the comments that are made there. So I mean, essentially, you can obviously read the proposed rule, but there's a there was a discussion point about where, well, firstly, the wording of the rule, and secondly, where the rule provision should reside. So those discussions ended up with a wording as per paragraph 7 of Mr. Growler's rebuttal, and in terms of its location, the parties certainly concurred that it was better off being in section 10, the airport business zone, given that's where plan users are finding themselves anyway. And that way it's part of a comprehensive set of plan provisions that relate to the locality. So unless there's questions, I won't kind of go into that in any further detail. We've obviously got Mr. Kiley here who can talk to kind of more technical firefighting water supply type issues if that's of interest to you. Otherwise, we endorse the wording at paragraph 7 of Mr. Growler's rebuttal.
Well, thank you for participating in the expert conferencing. That was, or the conferencing, sorry. Are there any questions?
I don't have a question as such. It just probably just, I don't know if you've been watching us online, but if you haven't been, just to bring you up to date, I had one line of questions, and just in regards to this particular provision and others in regards to whether it would be good practice to include a code or a standard, or in this case it's code of practice specifically, because these get reviewed now and again, and then the reference to in the district plan becomes out of date, and to change it you need to do a variational plan change, and that's an extraordinary amount of effort just to change the code. And so the applicant has responded in that round, and sorry to talk on your behalf, but that in certain circumstances the applicant thinks that it's appropriate, and this includes this particular provision, to have the code to provide certainty that that's the code that's going to be adhered to in regards to that particular matter. So just to bring you up to date with, that's been the line of questioning. So that's where we've left it at this stage.
Yes, thank you. We did duck and dive in and out of the recordings and did pick up that there had been a line of questions around that. So that's something that we've been turning our mind to, and actually it's something that we turn our mind to often actually for Fire and Emergency New Zealand, because we kind of do find ourselves in these debates or discussions, because the nature of the code and practice is that it is written as a kind of a discretionary document. So obviously it always sits outside of a district plan. It's written to be flexible and to allow for a variety of scenarios. So in that way, it's like a development manual, or like the RITS standards, the regional infrastructure technical specifications. So yes, it sits outside the plan. Yes, occasionally it's subject to review and change, and that would then make I suppose the district plan reference obsolete. We struggle to find a better way though, and that's the discussion with the plan change proponent team, is I suppose the wording is a practical accommodation of something that's really important in terms of no one wants to be in a situation where we have large business or industrial premises being built with inadequate firefighting water supply. And so we've certainly looked at different options, and I could point you in the operative district plan, there are several existing operative provisions that I can point you towards, and I suppose they reflect some previous plan change processes and discussions. And so, and they are referred to in the statement of evidence. So that is 15.4.2.18. And then the other one is 15.4.2.23. And so, you know, they both represent attempts to address the same issue, but in slightly different ways, and actually in slightly different ways to what we've been discussing with Mr. Growler. So, I mean, you can read those provisions kind of at your leisure, but one has the code of practice as an advice note, and kind of relies still on a judgment about achieving a water supply for firefighting purposes. That's in a reticulated kind of setting, more of in an urban area. And Fire and Emergency New Zealand would always say, yeah, it needs to be, yes, a firefighting water supply, but also an adequate one. And that's where the code of practice comes in, as to, I guess, the part of that judgment making process about what's adequate and inadequate. And that's going to be different everywhere, and on different sites and in different localities. And the other provision I just point you to is 15.4.2.23. Sorry for the long rule reference, but and I mean, that represents, I suppose, some work that was done a couple of years ago that Fire and Emergency New Zealand engaged with Waipa District Council on. And within that rule, there's an A to D, which is a series of kind of metrics that have been pulled out of the code of practice and turned into a rule. And so whilst that's attractive, I suppose, in terms of perhaps from a sort of a strictly virus standpoint, in terms of making a rule certain and clear, we lose a lot of value in the real world process because it removes all of the flexibility out of the code of practice and really turns it into a rigid set of metrics and tries to apply that in every situation. And that starts to just not work. And so if you'd like to hear from Mr. Kiley in terms of how that kind of works in the real world, we can do that, but that would be my comments.
Obviously, thank you. It appears to me that the matter of substance in terms of the capacity and the capability for firefighting isn't in question. It was just the technique by which that should occur. So that's been helpful in that regard, and we'll take advice in terms of what's the best way to achieve that. I know you've with the chair's leave, I know you've come all the way in, and it's like, hello, goodbye, we've got no questions, thank you very much. I'm happy to adopt if there was something important that you wanted to tell us, but otherwise I didn't have any further questions.
Well, I echo those sentiments. We do thank you for coming in, but Mr. Welsh, any clarification sort of these people?
No, I would just observe to Mr. Kiley, that's a win in terms of not having to say anything at the hearing. So take it and yeah, well done.
Yeah, no, praise the brains, I'm just here.
We thank you for your service.
Okay, well, thank you for your time, Commissioners, and thank you to the Plan Change proponent team as well for engaging in the way that you did.
Anybody on the council team have any questions? No? So thank you for taking the effort to come in, and thank you for the conferencing which led to an agreement with Mr. Growler, who has incorporated your wording.
Tremendous.
So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all.
Mr. Tyndall, now is the time to come forward. And we thank you also for expert conferencing, or members of your team, or whoever it was. Much appreciated from the panel that you were able to confer in advance. Makes our job that much easier. But the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I prepared evidence, and is it okay to take that as read, the original evidence?
You should present it, and we'll ask our administrator to hand some copies around if you want.
Sorry, those have been
pre-circulated.
No, it was the original submission.
It's the original.
So,
yeah.
Does anybody want a hard copy? We've all got it electronically, so that's fine. But you're welcome to speak to it if you wish.
The summary of that was that we have engaged with the applicants over a long period, and that's been a very useful process. The view that we took was that the assessment was appropriate and covered the scope. It was my opinion that the rezoning of the land without proposed transport infrastructure enhancements would be likely to lead to significant increases in delay and also increases in the crash rates on State Highway 3 and 21 as a result of the additional traffic related to PPC 20. However, on the basis of the upgrades referred to in the transport assessment and subsequent engagement, in its delivery in a timely manner, I'm of the opinion that the proposed plan change can occur without significant risks to the efficiency of the transport network. So that was the overall summary. I note the conversation that occurred just on Ingram Road. And whilst we did cover Ingram Road conversation at the conferencing, perhaps it would be useful for me to add some specific comments on that at this juncture.
If you wish, yeah.
Ingram Road, as I think you identified, is an intersection just on State Highway 3, just south of one of the proposed site accesses. Outside of the plan change area and not connected by any internal network to the plan change area. That's actually a change from what was considered in the past. At the time of the previously, there was an intention that there would be an internal connection between the west and the north, and that was reflected in a rule that required the intersection to be left in, left out to deliver a safe means of access once that connection went in place. The proposal is now not to put a connection in my view, means that there was no particular issue from what's being proposed here. Indeed, that trigger can stay. It just doesn't apply in the sense that there won't be a connection. So nothing that's proposed by Plan Change 20 precludes the provision of that left in, left out. Indeed, it is my opinion that the provision of the roundabout at site access just to the north actually does facilitate the conversion to a left in, left out somewhat easier and with greater amenity to the community as well. And that was the view that I took in the expert conferencing as well. I did hear the conversation earlier. I guess where I came is that this is outside of the area that I looked at, but if there had been a need for a left in, left out as a result of purely the western corridor works, that would have been a matter that I would have expected to have come up at the western consideration.
Question? I didn't have any questions in that regard.
Mr. Welsh, any questions?
Not really, other than Mr. Tyndall, I just acknowledged in my opening submissions, which you probably didn't endure, an acknowledgement of Waka Kotahi in this case in terms of mature and constructive approach. I just wanted to record that again.
And the $64 million question on many people's minds is, when's it going to happen? The ring road. It's been variously described as on the back burner and other less complimentary terms. Can you add anything?
I'm afraid I will stay with that lottery. I am no better at predicting lottery numbers than when that will move forward. There is work being done to understand the form and function, as has been referred to, and in the changing environment, a decision will come out in fullness of time.
Don't hold your breath.
Outside of my scope, I'm afraid.
Mr. Chair, just have a question.
Sorry?
Just have a question.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Tyndall, and good to see you again. It's been a little while since we've seen each other. This is more of a global question. One I'm assuming in terms of the time between you've provided your evidence and now that your view hasn't changed. In the conclusions, you said presented by the applicant, you're in support of assessment and enabling of Plan Change 20 and found this robust and reasonable assessment of effects. And we have a number of submitters from the adjoining city who are turning up tomorrow, and they've made a number of comments about roading aspects of the state highway network and local network and impacts more broadly. And I suppose I'm asking you to reiterate, do you have a high level of confidence in regards to not only the assessments being done, but what's being proposed in terms of managing transport effects within the jurisdiction that you're responsible?
I understand the question. The assessment is very complex. There are a number of issues there, and those have been discussed with the applicant and with the other submitters over a long period of time. With these things, there's always elements of experts having slightly different views. Where I've taken the view in the holistic sense, to the degree that we can have certainty, and the degree that I feel is appropriate for this, I'm comfortable that the proposal can mitigate those effects, and the proposed measures will mitigate those. In the wider sense, there has been conversation around how this fits with mode shift and the wider change to the transport environment. It is a difficult development nature to tie into that conversation. That being said, to the degree that I would consider appropriate, again, within the scope that I have, I believe that what's being put forward is appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tyndall. That brings us to the end of our excuse me, schedule for today. We are to reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow, and we have various submitters to address us. Are there any procedural issues, Mr. Welsh or Ms. Embling, at this stage? No? Okay, we stand adjourned till 9:30 tomorrow morning.